I've survived over 1,000 days on my Minecraft survival world. I've built everything from farms, towns, castles, and so much more that all combine to make one of the best Minecraft bases ever. P.S. Please excuse the audio quality. I got a new mic about halfway through this series.
So this is it. My very first survival world. Now, as a creative builder, I don't really know what I'm doing, but I just know I want to grace this world with my phenomenal ability with building. I've never really played survival before. I've always been a more creative builder. And I thought it was about time I give it a shot. I've seen all the new updates. Those trial chambers look cool. The deep dark. I've never experienced any of this. And I feel like that's a fundamental part of survival, so I feel like I need to get involved. Now, my initial goals for this series is to just build a big castle, some cool houses. But that's down the line, really. Right now, speaking of castle, that is a hill. I can imagine a nice castle up there. Yes, please. Ooh, sunflowers. I know I want to get some iron armour. That's important. Let's get a nice little starter house, somewhere I can call home. But we could do with finding a cave, really. But I'm just going to get enough stone for some basic tools. We'll take that. I'm going to grab a bit of this cherry blossom tree, but first, as we all know and learnt in school, sunflowers always point north. So I take one of them, and I want to use this as my base. Place this, and I know I need to go north. Now that is phenomenal. Just call me Dora the Explorer. This could do with finding a cave. Oh. I found one. I am just going to make a bed. Don't know whether I should place this here, or I don't really know. Where's good to place my bed? Tell you what. Oh, there's a... Yeah, okay. We're going to place it. We're going to place it up here. First things first, that needs dealing with. I feel like we're going to die here. Oh, he's already... I feel like I'm cooked. Am I cooked? Right, no, that's fine. We go again. We go again. He's got me sword! He's got me sword! Not anymore, he doesn't. What's all that about? What, he's meant to use a bow and arrow? Can't be having that. Oh my god, it's dark down here. Oh my god, let's get some torches, eh? There we go. Look at this, some nice iron. Some copper. Do I need copper? No, I'm not exactly building the Statue of Liberty, so I should be okay. Right, there we go, furnace. We're cheating. Right, there we go. I'll take that with me. I'll make that. Make a sword. I will make a bucket. And I'll also make a shield. Just, I think I need some health actually. I might just bob this meat into this. Yeah, this looks very deep. Are there many creepy crawlies down there? I don't actually see any, you know. I'd like to grab some lava. Obviously, I think we need some iron armor. I'd love it for there to be some diamonds down there, and then I can just run back the way I came. Just grab this iron. Make for a nice little set of armor eventually. Apart from a furnace takes 4 hours. Oh, almost missed some. I'd love to build an iron farm. I think already just from this, I can see why all the big survival YouTubers build iron farms, because this is painful. This is outrageous. I don't even have any more coal. Oh my. I wouldn't say I'm a survival player. I want to take this very cautious right now because I don't want to die again. Especially as I'm getting deeper into this cave. Oh, to be fair, it's quite chill down here actually. It's good to leave these torches as a way of knowing where I came from. If I take that, get some more. Can you make a furnace with deep slate? Let's find out. Let's find out, eh? Oh, you can? That's, oh, wow. Didn't know that. Right, put that in there. We'll put that in there. And what about down here? Okay, well that was pointless. As if there's no more coal. I thought coal was like the most popular resource on the planet. I'll just chuck a few of them in just so it gets cooking in it. A crep check. Oh yes, please. We're suiting up and we're booting up. How much is it for a chest plate? How do we see? How do I see? 1, 2, 8. We need 8 and 7. So last time I checked, 8 plus 7 was 15. And we've got 7, which means we can make some... get some pants on, eh? Come on, the final iron piece. To complete the set. Oh, we are so ready. I feel like I could take on the world now. Diamond! Diamond! Oh my god, bring me that diamond. Oh my god! There's so many of them. 1. Oh! 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7 diamonds. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're actually having me on. What is this cave? Oh my god. Oh. Oh wait. Oh my god. No. Not a baby zombie. He's jealous. He's not got diamonds. Oh my. 13 diamonds already. Well, I don't know if it's a good idea to go down there. You know, let's just run. Let's just run. Run. There's another diamond. There's a creeper. I think the plan is I'm going to get this diamond and I'm going to run for my life. Oh my god. Oh my god, yeah, we're running. We're running. Oh my god. Right, I think the strat is now we just get out of here. Right, I'm not being chased, which is good. I can't see a thing. I still can't believe 15 diamonds. Wow. Oh, Captain America. Yep, easy. Right, this could be a bit of a climb. But I could do with a bit more iron, really. I don't even know what iron's needed for, but it must be for something. Freedom. Oh. Take the bed. Look at this. Back right out the way we came. I think now then, now that I've got some iron tools and 15 diamonds, I'd love to find a place to settle down. To be fair, this area is really nice, but I'd like to get a bit closer to my hill. I say a bit closer because I'm not right there, but I've committed a crime. Oh, I can't leave that there, can I? Tell me below in the comments if that is a crime to leave a tree half floating, or if it's okay, because I don't know whether I should really leave it there. Ah! Okay. Right, my inventory's full. Do I really? I don't really need that though, do I? I'll take this though. I can't reach. Part of me is thinking I should kill these cows. But on the other side, maybe I should save them for a farm. Let's have a look what's over. I tell you what, this is a nice area. Lots of sheep. In other words, lots of food. Wow, this place is nice. I think we're going to have to base around here. Look at that valley, that's gorgeous. I'm so used to playing on a super flat world. That's quite nice to just see a bit of the outside world. So the hill's there. I'm thinking we could get a nice village round here. Get a nice village round here, castle up there. But I want to make use... Oh, I don't know. I tell you what, I know what would go well there. Ooh, I've got a vision. Could get a nice hobbit house in this. Nice little hobbit village round here. Bridge over this river. This river needs a bit of work. Nice medieval village. Castle up there. That would be really nice. See, I'm thinking we're going to make use of this hill, I think. We'll settle down here. It's only a temporary situation, eh? We'll get that smelting. We'll just make a chest. I I think if I put everything in and then take out what I need, might be the best way of doing it. Take that. Take that. Right, okay, so we've settled down. We found our nice start house location. So I'm thinking a nice little hobbit hole in here. But we need to obtain the materials for this, obviously, first. Otherwise, what am I going to build it with? So I'm thinking for this starter house, some nice lush blocks, maybe. I'm thinking some moss. What was that noise? Some moss, some spruce, obviously, some oak. Some sandstone and birch maybe could make it pop a little bit in this hill. Just stand out. And a nice, obviously, tree. Tree could go there. Yeah. So let's get straight into mining these resources. But first, actually, I could do with some better tools. So I'm going to use the last of these resources to make an axe and an iron hoe. Okay, so we could do with finding a spruce biome, an oak biome, a lush cave, birch biome. So yeah. Cue the time lapse. Right, so I'd say our material gathering was pretty successful, as we can see here. And I've collected a bit of extra iron whilst I was in the cave getting some moss, because, as you can see, my tools are quite low on durability. So I'm just going to slap that in the furnace. And whilst I do that, I need to craft a stone cutter. And I don't know how to craft one of them, but we'll have a look. Right, okay, we can start by making that new axe already, can't we? Right, how do I make a stone cutter? Let's have a look. 3 stone and an iron. 2, 3. Just take some coal from here, I think. That should do it, hopefully. But yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to create some mossy cobble. I think you do it like that, yep. And I'm going to kind of use this to mould the shape of the hill with some slabs and stairs. So if I just put that back there for now. There we go, 1 stone cutter. Place that by my hill. I'll make some slabs and just a few stairs, I think. Right, I think we can get building now. So I'm going to start by using these to mould the shape of my hill. I've kind of got this kind of unique area, so I'm thinking something along the lines, just to kind of shape it out. And I'm thinking maybe we could get like a tree trunk or something, which would also help. Could really do with making a shovel. Right, okay, we've got a shovel. So now we can kind of start maybe carving a little bit of this out as to where my entrance might be. So I'll just clear a little area like that out. And I'm kind of just freestyling it a little bit to try and smoothen the shape of this hill out. As we can see, I kind of want it to curve around a little bit, if that makes sense. Get along this way a little bit. And then as we do this, kind of an area will naturally follow as to where I can start building my entrance. But I think if I'm going to do the concept of a tree, I feel like I should probably start placing a bit of a trunk. First I would like to get the shape out, really. Just make some more mossy cobble. So I need to curve this down a little bit now. So maybe with just some dirt for now, because I don't know where I want this tree to go. There, like that, maybe. Put a wall on it. And then we can kind of see we've got a nice little shape. Just kind of keep coming along this way a little bit, maybe. Something like that could work. And then I don't know where I want this tree to go yet, so I'm thinking maybe somewhere along this line where I've left quite unsmooth. Could put the tree in there. That could work. Something like that for now, I think. Do with making this hill a little bit more smooth eventually, but I do want to be cautious that I will have an interior, so I will want to put enough space for a little storage room, a little bedroom, etc. and just kind of curve it out a little bit just so it looks a little more natural. Okay, so we've got our kind of base shape and we want to start moulding this now. I think it might be best if I kind of build the tree first, and then I can work around the roots. That'd be nice. I think a really nice kind of bonsai tree would look really good around here. Just swinging up and around. I don't actually have any leaves though. So I'm just going to find where my iron's gone. I'm just going to, we'll say borrow some leaves from it. So I'll just grab those. We better remove this tree, otherwise it'll be a bit of an eyesore. So I'm thinking because we're in kind of an oak plains biome area, it's going to have to be an oak tree, so we will make use of these oak. And then the spruce can be used for kind of curving it out a little bit. Right, okay. Don't even know where to start with this. Those zombie noises are really annoying me. I need to go and figure out the source of those noises. Okay, the noises have been dealt with. So there's just a little cave under I feel like the roots might be somewhere good to start, so I'm just going to kind of start curving this a little bit. Actually, I'll put it that way. Just kind of roots coming off here, there, everywhere. It's a shame I can't have that turning a bit, really. Something like that, and then we can start to kind of curve it up. Like this. Can I reach that there? Nope. Hey, he's stealing me blocks! What's he doing? Don't worry, we'll deal with him. Oh, maybe we won't. Okay, fill that in. So if I place that there, and curve that one around, then we can still get the two shapes we want. It is a bit deeper though, but that shouldn't be an issue because of where, hopefully, the wall will be. See, I could have like maybe a little window in here. That could be quite nice, and then like the main door here. I'm just thinking we should probably leave a bit of space for that door actually. Right, I've realised I want to bring all this forward, so I'm just going to bring this all forward one so I've got a bit more space to work with. Okay, there we go. So we've brought this all forward one, which means now I can use some more tree roots in this kind of corner to actually make it kind of surround where my house will be. I've got one mossy cobblestone wall which could go there. And then yeah, so now I want to kind of bring this tree a bit more around. I'm just going to start placing roots on this side. Something like this maybe. Nice, I like this. I'll just tidy this bit up by extending the root all the way out here. Right, I'm just going to have a play with this tree shape. So yeah, let's jump right into it. So I'd like to say I've finished the shape of the tree, and I'm really liking this. Obviously I need to get rid of the dirt, but I'm gonna go up there and add the leaves to it in a minute. But yeah, I think it's a really nice shape this. I think it outlines the door to my house perfectly. The next step is to just go and clean it up, remove the dirt, and add some leaves to it, just on the branches. And yeah, I've added these roots, so now we've kind of got a complete tree. Okay, there we go. So we've got some food. Now we're gonna add the leaves, and we should be good to go. There we have it. I've finished my tree. I really like this. I'm just gonna get a shot of it from far away. Just yeah, look at that. Yeah, I really like this. So now I can work on my actual hobbit hole. So like I said, I'd quite like to utilise this birch and sandstone, just because it makes it pop a little bit. So we can place it on that, maybe chuck some of this onto it, and then we can kind of make the frame around here, if that makes sense. Could just do some stairs, and I will just craft some slabs just in case. There we go. Just a little bit of contrast. Can work wonders. More birch in there. Some sandstone, more sandstone. I think that's a nice frame for a door. So I'm thinking I'll put the window here. I'd like to just add that on top of the window to make it stand out a little bit. I don't really know how much space I've got to work with inside, but I am just going to find out and clear out as much as I can. So as you all know by now, cue the time lapse. Okay, so we do actually have quite a bit of space to work with. We can always expand this way, or that way. As we can see, the grass means we are at the edge of this hill, so we do need to be aware of that. No, it's a good amount of space, and I think we'll be able to make a nice little interior with this. As we can see, we've got quite a few excess materials from mining this hole, which is good. And we'll be able to use this for whatever, really. So as you can see, I have made a bit of progress. I have lowered this floor by 1, and I've used the remaining resources on kind of starting to lay out a bit of a potential layout for the interior. However, I am practically out of all of my wood, so I am just going to go and gather some more. Okay, so we've got a new axe, and we specifically need oak, birch, and spruce. So I'm just going to go and gather these materials, and I'll catch you on the flip side. You just look at how many more resources we've got now to work with. Oh yeah, and as you can see, look what I found along my journeys. A jungle. But I'm just going to finish laying this thing out. Now, as I said earlier, I think I do want to expand this way a little bit because we have got the space. And I feel like it'd be wasted potential if I just didn't. So I am going to look at going that way in just a sec. But yeah, I don't know if you saw earlier here. This could maybe pose a problem if I want to have some chests. So I might have to go outside and cover that up. But we'll worry about that later on. So I'm just going to keep digging this way a little bit. I'm cautious that the hill is close. Okay, I think that's much nicer now. Right, I'm now just going to start decorating kind of these walkways. So I think by bringing these kind of circular shapes, kind of still keeps the vibe of the hobbit hole. There we go, I think this is really coming together already. So my next thought is we need to get rid of this floor. Okay, there we go. So we've removed this floor, so now we can get our oak, which I actually still have in my inventory, and start doing this pattern. Okay, there we go. So as we can see, I've finished stripping and placing these oak logs, and I've actually added a little stair as like a rim to potentially the rug. Now I've just put them there because you will be able to see it. So I think the next job is to actually probably go out and find this brown wool. Okay, there we go. So if my maths are correct, we'll have enough for the carpet in the room. Some of these cocoa beans, I should have enough to dye the rest of this white wool. Yep, just place my bed there. That's perfect. It lights the room nicely, and it actually adds a bit of, I don't know, design. Not I say design, but a bit of texture. So now I think I want to implement a little bit of a ceiling. And I think for this, I'm going to add a bit of a curved design, but with beams kind of running through them. So we'll have a beam going across, and then by using some stairs, trapdoors, this looks like a miniature beam inside. Actually, we might replace that with a full-on log. Yeah, I think I prefer that actually. So if I carry that the whole way through, across these two. Okay, here we go. So we've got this kind of running along, which I really like. Now I think I want to do is I want to fill up these with chests. Yeah, this hill is definitely going to need altering a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to use birch because I've got the most of that resource. And I'm just going to make as many chests as possible. Yep, and then what we will be able to do, we can just put some moss carpet over this later on. And the final wall of destiny, which is going to cost me a lot of resources. A lot more than needed, I think, to say the least. Right, this is very blatantly obvious, but we'll worry about that afterwards, I think. Let's get this interior finished first. Nice, look at that. So that's the storage room. So I'm just going to curve this out a little bit. In fact, I was just thinking now, I'm going to plant my flowering azaleas. That's perfect. Now if I use my shears and just put it all down. Okay, so we've got plenty of flowering azalea which we can use inside now. That finishes that wall. So now it's just the main room, otherwise known as the bedroom. Okay, so I've just gone and grabbed some clay from the river just outside there. I'm just gonna close them doors actually. So I'm thinking I could maybe make some pots or some plant pots or something to decorate this area a bit more with. Okay, so we've got 11 brick now, so we should be able to make 2 pots and a plant pot. So there's one of them. And there we go, 2 decorated pots. Nice. I'm looking ideally for the new paintings because I really like the look of them new ones. So I don't want to put another painting there because, I mean, we've already got about 10 paintings. But I could put a little indent and then maybe an armor stand or something. Oh yeah, that could work. Now if I maybe place a little beam across like this, I think I'm going to get some granite walls for here and then an armor stand there. So I'm going to leave this blank for now, but hopefully next episode we can upgrade our armor and I can put our first set of iron armor on there. That could be nice, a little memorial. So I think the final stage of the interior is just the roof. So let's just crack that out real quick. Okay, there we go. I think we're finished. We've got someone who really wants to see it. I think just before I finish this episode, I am just going to go up there and cover all the exterior up because obviously some of the roof's poking. Oh, a bit more than just the roof's poking through there. But before I do that, I am just going to go and move everything inside and organise everything. So, right, there we go. So I've removed those chests and crafting tables, and obviously the big one here, and I've just kind of temporarily organised. There's nothing set in stone for now. The final task of this episode, I'm going to go up there, and I'm going to go and fix what's still visible. A lot of this can just be a quick, easy fix. I will probably end up having this along the whole way and making it all a lot greener, but that's a long-term plan, I think, for now. Some quick, simple fixes which do the job very well. And yeah, that's our starter house complete. So we've got the little hobbit house built into the roots of this tree. We walk inside, we've got our ultimate crafting station, our brand new storage area, our 24 smelters, and our gorgeous new bedroom. So yeah, I think we're going to call it there. I think we've made some great progress with our brand new starter base. Now we have those 15 diamonds from our initial mining trip. However, it's not enough to make a full set of armour, and therefore I could do with a few more. In addition to that, I'd like to get some enchantment set up, and therefore maybe a new hobbit house, and maybe in the, like a hill over here somewhere. Finally, whilst getting those diamonds for my new armor, I'd like to pick up some obsidian and get a nether portal set up. So yeah, I think we're just going to jump right into it. I'm going to start by collecting all this sugarcane and let it grow. There's loads actually, wow. And let it grow whilst I'm in the cave. Okay, so there's 52 dotted along the river. So I'm just going to plant it all so that by the time I come out of the cave, hopefully a lot of it will have grown and we can make enough books for our enchanting setup. So let's get all them placed down. Nice. Could actually do with planting some seeds as well, just for a bit of wheat. I'm thinking if we need to get some leather. So I'm just going to go and do that quickly around here. There we go. Look at that. Okay, so for this trip, I'm definitely going to need a few diamonds if I want to get some obsidian. I'm going to use the rest of my iron on some pickaxes. And I could do with some sticks so I can actually make the tools. Now we'll just take a bit of extra wood actually. I don't know what. I'll take some oak. Okay, yeah, that should be enough for now. So let's go find a cave. Okay, I see quite a few opportunities in this hill and a few cows actually for the leather. Okay, so I found a first cave. Okay, there's a lot of creepy crawlies around here, but it goes deep, which is what we want. I could still do with some more iron though, as you can never have enough iron. Just grab this vein. I've got no idea where this is taking me, but I'm just going to keep kind of following it around in hopes that I find something nice. Oh, hey up. Yes! That's perfect. Skeleton spawner right near the base. So we're just going to make notes of these coordinates. And we're going to come and dig straight down for them after. And we will build a little spawn around here actually. Okay, no, but yeah, that's really good for our plans. So we can use this as our source of experience for our enchanting setup. Okay, we're getting quite deep now. Right, no idea where this is taking me, but it looks like we're getting somewhere. Oh, and our first diamond. Nice. How many is there? Just one? Oh, no, nice. That's two. And there's three. Okay, so there's three there. That didn't end well. Oh, look what I found. Obsidian. Okay, obsidian. So I only need about 14, I think it was, if I'm right in saying, for an enchanting table and a nether portal. So I'm just going to go and mine some of this. Okay, so 17 obsidian. So that's 14 on top of the 3 we initially had. So I'd say that's pretty successful. So now we're just kind of looking for some more diamonds and maybe some more iron and gold and ore as such. And some more diamonds. That's an extra 2. We need a game plan, because I've now boxed myself in. I'm weak, and I'm running out of food. We're resorting to rotten flesh. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, because of my situation, I think I'm just going to do some strip mining, and because of how boring that will be to watch, I will catch you all on the surface. Well, would you look at that? I'd say that was a really successful mining trip. And although it's not enough resources forever, it should last us a good while. As we can see, we've got enough for a nether portal and an enchanting table. Got enough for armour. Enough iron and lapis to keep us going for a while. Some redstone if you want to make anything. I've had to leave a lot behind because I didn't have enough inventory space. However, that should last us long enough. And what I have done, I have made the hole, which leads to that spawner. So we can remember that, and we can go and build our XP farm very soon. I think that'll be our next job. But I am just going to harvest the sugarcane, which has grown whilst we've been in the mine for centuries. So over a stack and a half, which is good. Unfortunately, I did have to chuck that leather that I obtained from the cows up that hill because I ran out of inventory space. However, though, now that I think about it with this wheat, I am just going to go and quickly get a pen of a couple cows and just plonk them there, just so that we can breed them and ensure we have a steady leather. Okay, this should be enough fences. There we go. So now for the hard part, to go and find some cows. Okay, there's 2 there, 1 there, and 1 there. Just keep coming. There we go. Just in time for sunset. So let's just breed them, and then we're going to go to sleep for the night. Okay, so once we've slept, we can set up the XP farm, and then we can get building the enchanting setup. Okay, so what I think we are going to do quickly is just deforest some of these trees and build maybe a little nether portal in that area just to get that sorted, and then we can focus on our enchanting stuff. Okay, yeah, so I'm just going to cut a few of these birch trees down and those oak trees, so I'll be back in just a sec. There we have it. So we've chopped all of our trees down, and now I think what we want to do is, because, I mean, let's be real, this land's looking a bit ugly. I think the plan is now I want to kind of smoothen out this hill, create like a little slot for the nether portal to go on. So I think by doing this, we're just going to curve it around on a little slope, kind of following the same pattern. So I'm going to go and grab my materials now. Let's get it done. We've smoothed the hill out and we've curved it around. It's not perfect, there's still some areas which we need to remove, such as this thing over here. But we've got this nice big space over here which is perfect for our nether portal, which I'm just going to place down quickly. So now I'm thinking I want to do some kind of design which fits the atmosphere. And I think we have got this tree over here. And I think we could follow the tree kind of pattern. We could do like a little tree stump. That could be cool. Let's grab the materials and I will see you on the other side. Let's start the time lapse. Right, okay. So I was thinking for this though, we could do something with a bit of netherrack, so it looks as if it's coming out of the portal and slowly expanding. But to do that, we are going to have to light the portal and get some netherrack. So we're just going to grab some netherrack from here, and we'll just patch it back up. We'll explore the nether another time, I think. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to use this mangrove wood, which we obtained the other episode, because that blends well with netherrack, and just do a simple shape, something like this, and that's perfect. I think that's a job well done. Okay, so the next task is to gather our materials for this skeleton farm. So the tutorial I'll be following is by a YouTuber called Voltrox, in which I'll leave a link to the video down below, and their tutorial says that we need 24 bone meal, 6 torches, 3 signs, 3 slabs, 2 waters, 2 chests, some kelp, a wall, a hopper, and some soul sand. Just gonna set up a chest over there that has every block in that we need. So by the looks of it, I am gonna have to go out and grab some more blocks somewhere. Better get this iron smelting actually, if we want to make some hoppers. Whilst this is smelting, we're gonna go find some kelp for the elevators and some soul sand. So let's go find some kelp. Okay, so we've got our kelp and our soul sandstone, and hopefully by now our iron should be done. Oh yeah, we're out of fuel. 40 iron ingots, that's perfect. Now using these chests, I'll make a couple of hoppers just in case. Now we've got everything we need, so let's get building. Okay, so we've dug the required hole size, and I've come to place the water, but I forgot to bring 2 buckets, which means I can't make an infinite water source. So I'm going to have to annoyingly go back up there and get another water bucket, which is annoying. So we've got both water buckets now, so if I'm right in saying we can make a quick little infinite water source, and then we can go along and get placing our buckets in no particular order, as long as they all run along this back line. Okay, and now we can do the transporter and the dropper, so that when all the skeletons spawn, they're all on one heart, so that I can hit them instantly with any weapon. So let's get that sorted. I've finished the tunnel and the drop. So theoretically now, if I go and destroy those torches, it should all work perfectly. So let's go give it a try. So if I destroy all these, place slabs, and remove these torches, hopefully they should start spawning. Oh, yep, they are. And now, if we wait here, they should start coming.
2 seconds later.
And look at this, we've got result. Now if I just hit them once, they die, and I get XP. Look at that, that's perfect. The only problem is now, we have an inaccessible room, which we need to get to the surface. I'm going to mark my coordinates, and I'm going to go and dig straight down from there and build a bit of an elevator. Okay, so I've got the 2 blocks in which I want to make an up elevator and a down elevator. So we're now just going to go and dig these down real quick. So there's our first one, and we'll symbolise this with our last soul sand block. And I'm just going to place a couple of signs. Actually, I'll use trapdoors, just so that the water won't end up flowing everywhere when it comes to actually placing these blocks. Okay, so if I'm right in saying soul sand's up, so if I actually take one of these water buckets, and I'm going to have to painfully work my way back up, but I'll be able to place all the kelp now, which will be good. Okay, that's the first one. I just need to kelp that up though, so I'm just going to dig this one now. So we've got the second one now for the down one. So we do need to place some water up there, but for now I'm just going to kelp all of this up. So we've got this one kelped up, and now we need to kelp this other one up. Okay, we've had a bit of a disaster with these blocks, so we are going to have to... I'm not too sure actually. Right, there we go, we settled with a door, so we won't accidentally go into either one. And we know it works, which is nice. So I think I'm going to AFK off camera here after this episode and just try and get some armour sorted. Appearance-wise, I think this definitely needs improving, but I think that calls for another time, as we've got a lot of other things we still need to do yet. And I'm just going to place a couple of torches, so actually don't lose this location, because it's a little out of the way. But we'll remember this for next time. And you guys know the drill by now. Before we begin with our final task, we're going to empty our inventory, sleep, and prepare for the final. You guys know the drill by now. In preparation for our final task, we're going to clear our inventory, and we're going to sleep. But once again, our sugarcane and wheat has grown, so we can start breeding our cows again, and harvesting the sugarcane again, so that we have enough books for the bookshelves. Our cow empire is slowly growing, which is nice. As soon as half of these will meet an unfortunate doom. I think I've got them all. There we go, a few more babies. We could definitely do with an automatic one of these in the future, that's for sure. Okay, so we're looking pretty competent on sugarcane now. It's just leather, which is the problem. And we're slowly getting there, but that is not going to do me a whole enchanting setup, so we're going to have to keep breeding and keep killing. But in the meantime, I want to start building this hobbit hole where we're actually going to put our enchanting setup. So I want it here, and then we can connect it to the water. And we've got that on just the other side over there, the mob farm. And then eventually we can kind of connect it all and have a little path. So I'm going to quickly collect a lot more grass and dirt, because last time I checked, yeah, we're running really low on dirt. So I'm going to make a new shovel. So I'm going to make a couple of shovels, and I'm going to run them to the ground. I now just need to find somewhere to excavate. However, I don't want to do it anywhere nearby, because obviously it'll ruin the appearance. So I'm going to go far away, I think, just maybe deep into that forest or something, I don't know. Okay, fast forward about 10 minutes of running away. I found this little acacia biome miles away, so I'm just going to use both of these shovels until they're both gone and get as much dirt as possible. So I'll catch you on the flip side. Okay, I think this should do us for now. I've used both of my tools up, and I've made a nice square, so next time I come back I can just keep adding squares and squares. So I'm going to head back to base, and I'm going to start building the actual shape of the hobbit hole in which I'm going to put my whole enchanting setup. So I'm thinking we curve this round, arch it around this area here, so the entrance is here, and then curve it back round, and then coming over here, we could have another second little door, and then maybe like a pier or something, and then just blend it back into this side. And then eventually, when this whole area is smoothed out, we can have some nice trees, some rocks, paths, and make it look very nice. So yeah, let's get started making this hill. Okay, so I've started to terraform. However, I've greatly underestimated how much dirt I'm going to need. So I've started to kind of shape out where I'm going to put the entrance. As you can see, I need to fill all this in still. But as I've been kind of curving the hill round, I've used a lot of dirt, and I'm not even remotely been able to do what I wanted to do. So I'm going to have to pause this terraforming and go get some more. So I'm going to go and grab some more dirt quickly, and then I'm going to continue with the time lapse. Okay, so after a multitude of trips to the acacia biome and some eco-friendly harvesting, we have successfully finished the terrain for our next project. So we've not done too much, although it cost us a ton of dirt. We've curved it around, we've built a nice area for the hobbit hole here, and then we've just curved it off on the other side. Now I'd also like to eventually curve this bit off nicely, and this area over here, so that we can make nicer areas for these two sections. However, that'll be something we can do either in between an episode or further down the line. Obviously, like up here as well, we'll further curve it off a little bit. But I don't really want to move all of our cows. I mean, they'll be going to better use anyway soon, but nonetheless. Okay, so we've grabbed some resources from what we've got left from the first hobbit hole, and we've got plenty, which should leave us with a perfect amount to finish our entrances on both sides. So we're going to go ahead and do that first. However, I would like to just quickly refine the shape. I'll just make a couple of resources just for now. I don't want to make too many, but I'm just going to start. I don't really know where I want to place them, but just kind of refine the shape a little bit. Makes it a bit easier for where I want to put my door. So nothing too complicated, just something simple. Something like this will do for now. I'm going to do a rough shape like the other one. I want it to be organic. I just want it to be a more natural shape. Something like this looks nice. And now up here, I'm thinking what we could do is something like this and using signs to just make the shape a little more. See, now I like that. So same again on this side, I'm just going to add some more mossy cobblestone, and then I'm going to shape the door. There we go, so we've just got some simple shape like this. So now my next plan is to quickly add the sandstone and birch behind it, and then from there, I kind of know what space I've got to work with. Obviously, we can clear a bit of this out, and then the idea is, so I don't want to do another trunk on the top of that. What I might do like a little stump similar to my nether portal, and have the roots coming under it and surrounding my enchanting table. So I'm just going to place an odd shape of a door, and I kind of want it bending up and down. So I might do a stair here, fill all this in, and now we're going to texture it. There we go. I think that's looking nice. Now if we just chuck our door in behind, I'll just do it on some dirt for now, using just one spruce door, and I'll just do the rest trapdoors. And we know the drill by now, just chuck some signs on top of it. There we go. So I'm just going to do this side quickly. There we go, so now we've got two walls, and we kind of know what space we've got to work with. So now I'm going to dig this out, and I'm going to start to put in an initial floor plan with a similar design to our main base, in hopes that we can kind of start directing ourselves. So let's jump right into it. Okay, so we've got a bit of a floor plan in place now. The next plan is to put some actual walls into these kind of slots. And I'm thinking in this corner is where I'm going to have my enchanting table, and then the roots coming down. There is one thing I'd like to do slightly differently with this hobbit hole. So unlike that one, where I've got a spruce roof, I'd like to do a more natural, maybe stony, mossy cobblestone, tough. So we're going to go put some cobblestone in the furnace and grab our wall materials, and we're going to start doing that. So we're just going to chuck them in the furnaces whilst we build the sandstone walls. And we are running quite low on sandstone actually, which is a bit of a pain. So following the same design as the outside. Now I think we're going to just texture them quickly, obviously using our birch like we've done in the past. Now that's looking miles better. I might quickly chuck this roof on, just a spruce roof here. And then I know what I've got to do organically. Here we'll do our good old just slabs in the corner, trapdoors. There we go. That's nice, I like that. So now I want the rest of this area to be organic roofs. So we're going to wait for that stone to smelt, and then we're going to start putting just roots around and forming a shape around here. I will actually just dig this out quickly though, because we are going to have to go and get our bookshelves pretty soon. This leaves us with enough space to put our enchanting setup just around here. So I think the next plan now, before we do the roof and the design, we're just going to go and obtain our bookshelves and complete this floor. So we've got plenty of paper. The question is, do we have enough leather? Okay, I think it's about time we obtain some leather. Because as we can see, we've been growing our cows a lot. There's still so many babies. But I think we're just going to peacefully obtain some leather off them. Okay, so we got a lot of beef and a decent bit of leather, but I don't think that's actually going to cut it for us at the moment. So what we'll do, we'll grab what wheat remains. I think there's some more inside. Yep, and we're just going to breed them again. So whilst we start building, they can grow and we can play a bit of a waiting game. So that only makes us 11 bookshelves, which is by far not enough. However, we have run out of paper. Okay, there we go. So we've got 16. We've managed to make 16 bookshelves for now. So that should get us started building this. So I'm just going to place 4 along this side, and I'm actually going to build up 4 as well, I think. Now, I know what you might say. You might slash me in the comments and say this isn't very efficient. It's all about the looks, eh? What I'm planning on doing as well is changing out a couple of these for chiseled bookshelves and then leaving a few gaps here and there. Just for a bit more design, but that's as long as I've got level 30. Okay, so I think the plan is now, we're just going to wait for all these cows to grow. Someone's escaped. And then we're going to get some more leather off them and continue our bookshelves. And I'm going to cut back to you once I've finally managed to get enough bookshelves. There we go. We finally have enough bookshelves, and that took way too long. So now then, so these 3 should definitely be carpet. There we go. So now using our books, I'm just going to kind of spam place just so it looks like there's kind of gaps and books been taken, which is a nice little detail. There we have it. So now if I slap that there, and let's just test it, moment of truth. Level 30, that's perfect. So now, I think what I want to do is I want to put this roof on, just so I know what space I've got to work with, and then from there I can design this interior. So I'm just going to go over and sleep, and by now our stone should have smelted. Perfect. I'm also going to grab some tuff and our remaining spruce. So we're not doing anything special, just an irregular kind of cave looking shape. Just using both slabs and stairs just to formulate some unique design. I'm just going to work our way into here. Just going to fill this in for now, and then we can dig into it. I feel like that might be a lot easier to work with. Just formulate a bit of a shape inside of this. Just something like that adds a lot of detail, and I'm going to do the same again somewhere over here maybe. There we go, something like that looks really nice. There we go, so after a bit of trial and error I've come up with a shape I quite like. So now I think the plan is to just texture it gently in some locations, specifically around here where it's probably more weathered from the roots. Nothing too fancy, just the odd block here and there just to add a bit of colour. Might even just chuck a little bit of this mossy cobble in some places actually. Just kind of where like our entrance is, just could be a nice little detail. Maybe in this corner as well. There we go, something like that is miles better. Nice and messy, cave-like, and just overall adds a bit more atmosphere to it. So now the final step is to add the roots and add any last interior design. So let's go and dump this stuff in our chests and grab some more blocks. So we're going to need what wood we've got left for the roots. I'd like to do something similar to these again. So we're going to grab some more leaves and we'll make some more pots. So that should do us for now. So let's go and get them placed. I think the perfect place for our bushes are right here. Using our pots, we can just make like little trees which look nice. Just frame this door nicely. I think just some paintings in this entrance hall. Utilising some of these blocks, and we need to make some more paintings. Thinking just some slabs across here. Walls in each corner. Just a couple of paintings like this. I'm happy for them to be symmetrical, I don't really mind. There we go, so that's our entrance hall complete. Now working our way up here. Now using our remaining books, I've made a lectern there. And now here we can have a painting and a lantern. There we go, I think that looks lovely. So once we've got a book in there, we can use this as our little to-do list. Okay, so now for the difficult part. Tree roots. So the idea is to just kind of go mad with the same blocks and do a similar design to these roots over here. There's no way I'm going to do it strictly. I'm just going to start placing random shapes and hope that they work. Now here I'm just going to do something simple to increase this. Something like that'll do perfectly. Like I said, there is no strict way of doing this. And I'm actually going to break a couple of blocks in the roof just so I can place what I want. Might need to recolour them blocks here, I'm not too sure. Could do with a lot more fence gates because they're a very nice block. That's really nice. I'm really liking this. We just need to finish this kind of section up here and then we're done pretty much with this room. And there we go. I'm really happy with this. Messy, organic and natural. which is perfect for some cool enchanting table vibe. So now I think I might just add a little barrel and bamboo block or something here, around here, just to finalise the design, and then we're done. There we go, our enchanting room is finished. So we walk in, we've got just a little design over here, some roots, and our massive enchanting setup, which gets us level 30, and then a little to-do list which we need to make a book and quill for, just a bit of a crafting table, a big entrance hall, and then out here, which eventually, once terraformed, and we'll have a nice river flowing, some docks. And yeah, I think we've done a really good job with this. I'm really happy with this. Now the final thing we need to do with this episode is to build the tree stump on the top of here, because we can't have roots which lead to nowhere. So we're just going to grab our spruce and granite again. And coming to the top of this, we're just going to build another quick tree stump. Not as big as this one, just a slightly smaller one, which will allow us to have our roots actually kind of be functional. So like I said, we're doing it much smaller this time, going for the idea more than the shape. So we've got our base shape, and now we just kind of need to add a couple of trunks coming off here and there. So just breaking into this hill a little bit, some surface roots, nothing too fancy, just a simple, nice design, just nice, simple shapes. And there we have it, our finished enchanting hobbit hole. I think this looks awesome. It fits in really nicely with our environment. We've got obviously our starter house and our brand new nether portal. I think our starter area is starting to come together really nicely. I think in the next episode, we're going to venture into the nether. We're going to obtain some ender eyes, some blaze rods, a couple of things to get ready to fight the ender dragon. We're going to finalise this area, add some trees, maybe improve this river a bit, some paths, some design. We might even start planning our next area. I think in between episodes, we're going to refine the shape of our area. So, for example, this bit needs a bit of terraforming. And we're going to utilise our new skeleton farm to enchant some new armour, because at the start of this episode, we got some diamonds, so we need to put them to use. I'd like to bring off this other side, and I'd like to build the perfect animal barn, which will house sheep, chicken, cows, and pigs. And then we can slowly start expanding our way, eventually, to our castle. This is going to take a multitude of resources, and we're obviously going to have to do our riverbed on the other side. We're going to have to plan out our path. We're going to have to actually raise our structure. So I'm going to follow a similar technique to this side, using the same blocks for the path, and obviously the same mud textures for the riverbed. So we are just going to check straight away about what blocks we actually have, as it's definitely looking like we're going to need to go and get some more. Definitely of our muddy mangrove. We've got a bit of mossy cobblestone for our path. We've got some mud for our path. We might need some more. We've not got any more coarse dirt. I'm just going to steal some gravel from here, I think. Because after all, this will need terraforming anyway. I shouldn't need loads of coarse dirt, just enough to finish texturing our path. Even a stack might do us, to be fair, but we'll just better safe than sorry. So we'll have enough coarse dirt for our path. We'll have enough mossy cobble. Do with a bit more dried mud and a bit more muddy mangrove roots. Oh, and logs. Obviously, spruce isn't a problem. Let's start this mission by heading over to the mangrove and obtaining some more resources. Okay, so we've made it, and we're after these blocks, and I guess a bit more normal mud wouldn't hurt. But it's mainly the muddy mangrove roots and the logs. We can craft muddy mangrove roots, which makes this mission a lot easier. So I think the plan is to just start chopping down some trees and just work our way through them. Okay, so that's looking as I was saying, that's looking much better. So we've got enough resources now to do our riverbank for that area. I'm now going to take some granite because it's an expendable resource, and I'm just going to kind of plan out some shapes. So I'm thinking this path just comes along kind of straight. Just coming along this way. This hill needs to be taken out a little bit. That should be long enough for now. And then I have a bit of a barn. Maybe, I don't know how big, say that big. And I'd like it to be fairly long, so it actually fits all of our animals we need. So say something like maybe this big, and then we could have a bit of a field maybe, because we do need some wheat to actually supply our animals. So maybe coming round this way, all the way back to connecting with the path. Now this shape could be subject to change. There we go, so we've got a field there. Just realised it's quite hard to tell actually what everything is. We'll worry about that after. So we've got our barn, our path, a wheat field, and then following the edge around we could just have a couple of trees. Just add a bit more greenery and kind of diversify our farmland. So like usual, I'm going to go grab some chests and I'm going to put them to one side, because before I do path or the riverbed, I'd like to build our farm. So for this barn, I'd like to make use of what blocks we've already got. So we've already got a lot of oak, a lot of spruce, and we have actually got quite a bit of sandstone. So let's just verify these statements before I get ahead of myself. So we'll just chop all these trees down quickly. So I have left this tree because, let's be real, who can be bothered chopping that down?
but we've got a few stacks of oak logs, which is good. We just need to replant them for sustainability purposes, of course. Okay, so I'm thinking to get this started, we're going to lay it out with our spruce logs, and then we can swoop in with the rest of our materials. So I'm thinking we have spruce log, block, spruce log, and then a nice big space of 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then the same again. And then coming along to our left side, I think what I want to do is go along every maybe 2 or we'll go with 5 for now. We'll go with 5. I think something like that's long enough. I'm just going to flip that on the other side and then we'll sleep. So I'm just going to grab some more logs from this big tree. And then we'll raise them up and put some beams across. Perfect. And now I think we should just strip them. Now I think this is looking much better. Now I actually want to use our mossy stone brick and add just a simple base layer around the bottom of it. Just so it adds a bit of a foundation. We'll just clear some space for this. And then we'll go and obtain our brick. There we go. So we've got a stack and 12 and that should do us. If I take them and just bring them around the whole way through. Putting my spruce on top. So now I think I'm going to finish off these walls by putting another layer of spruce. Oak trapdoors on the inside to add as windows. And a spruce trapdoor on either side. Just something simple like this. There we go. I like that. So now I'm going to do it on every other one and I'll cut back to you. There we go. So now that we've got that done, I'd just like to fill in these quickly with just a very simple design. Something extremely similar to this. In fact, there we go. I think something simple like that works. And I'll just bring the signs across. There we go. So if I just do the exact same on the other side. Okay, so we've got the base to this structure. So now we just need to do a roof and our additional walls and maybe a bit more detail here and there. So I think now the plan is I'm going to go and obtain my resources. I'm going to jump right into a time lapse.
This is the song for you.
There we have it, the finished product. I think this barn's looking awesome. Plenty of space to work with inside, which leads us to the next job, which we'll worry about in just a minute. Nice little balcony entrance if we want. A few windows, a nice weathered roof, and a little spire, which eventually we could put a bell in. It's now time to work on the inside. So I think first things first, I'm going to fill the whole ground with coarse dirt. Much better. So now we've actually got something to work with. But before I start planning where I want what, I think now it's important we put some doors on, just so we know what space we've got to work with. I'm thinking just a simple dark oak design, maybe with some nether brick walls, just for a bit of colour. So I'm just going to go grab some netherrack, which we can start smelting and leave in the furnace whilst we harvest our dark oak. And we shouldn't need too much, but just under 2 stacks should be plenty. So we'll just get this smelting, and we'll leave that to it for now. So whilst that's being left to smelt, we'll just go in with the dark oak that we've got. And we'll not do anything too fancy. Just do some semi-realistic barn door shapes, like so. And I'm going to do the exact same on this side. And I'll just do something like this on each one. There we go. And now whilst we're waiting for our nether brick to smelt, I just want to put another layer of dark oak signs wrapping around this block. Maybe we made too many signs, but oh well. There we go. So we've managed to put all the signs with a few remaining. And now, as soon as our nether brick smelted, we're just going to put a line of nether brick walls on the end of each door. So let's just go chase up our furnaces. And we should have plenty with that. Perfect. 6 remaining, which we'll just dump in our chest. There we go, we've got our doors. So now the next stage of the plan is to do this interior. So we've already got a basic roof shape and we can visualize what space we've got to work with. Now my idea is to have a long set of auto sheep farmers running down this side with a bit of a second walkway up here, and then just a couple of pens which we can use for cows, pigs and chickens over here. These won't be automatic, these will be manual, because realistically we don't need much of their produce. So we could just do with restocking a bit of spruce, and we'll start with the easiest bits, and that's the automatic pens and the floor layout. Okay, so layout wise, just visualizing what space we've got to work with. Start off with our pens, I think. And realistically, they don't need to be that big because we don't have that many animals we need. So if we have maybe 3 by 3, just something simple like that, and we can just chuck them in each of these. Actually, I do have those eggs from earlier. Maybe we can get the chicken one started. So we've got 5 eggs and a dream. Well, that was rubbish. Okay, great. Okay, no worries. Oh well, just place some temporary lighting in here, just so we don't have anything spawn on us. So now I'm thinking of this, we're going to definitely utilise our stairs, and we'll do a similar design to what we've got going on everywhere else. And we'll utilise our mossy stone brick again. And I'm a very big fan of using oak trapdoors as a railing. So we're going to do that again just here, like so. Now in terms of this, we're just going to build up to an appropriate height, and that can be where our ladder will eventually sit. And we'll just bring that across to the middle, and we'll curve it around just here. And we've run out, but we'll take that along to the end. So we'll just quickly lay out this whole roof shape. There we go. I think something like this looks really nice. And eventually, we could put some roof beams in, and then we can get a nice bit of an interior design up here. But before we continue, we're just going to quickly sleep. I think we're definitely going to keep the sheep to last because that's going to be a complicated process. We'll also do the roof beams towards the end so that we know what space we've got to work with. I think for now, we're just going to add a little bit of decoration around here and get 2 of each animals. So because we've still got a lot of wheat and hay left in our chests, I'm going to actually grab some hay which we can use as a bit of decoration in the corner. I'm also going to grab a little bit of acacia because I've got a cool concept I'd like to do. So we could do with a quick browse to just see if we can see any animals. I've locked eyes on a cow and his friend. This brings back memories. Part of me wishes I didn't kill all of mine. There we go. Welcome to your forever home. And whilst I'm here, I'm just going to put a little haystack down here just for a bit of decoration. Okay, it's pig time. I can see one. And there's a second in the distance, which is good. Ah, they don't follow wheat, do they? They follow carrots. Oh, dear. I think we've got a couple of carrots at home, but nothing major. But that might pose an issue in the future. There we go. Now it's following. Oh, don't eat the carrot. We're getting there, slowly but surely. And again, welcome to your forever home. Look at them make love. Now, if I do remember correctly, when chopping my trees down earlier, I came across this ravine where there were a few. Yes! And they're all still here. Okay, maybe this isn't as difficult as I thought. Look, there we go. So we've got all of our animals sorted now. We've got a bit of decoration. Okay, so for an automatic sheep farm, as far as I'm aware, I'm going to need an observer, a dispenser, a hopper in a minecart, a chest, a piece of grass, a sheep, and the actual colour itself. So first things first, I'd like to lay out each of my cubicles, I think, with the right blocks. So with my mud brick walls that I've got from earlier, I'm just going to start taking a pillar down from each, just until we reach the end. There we go. And I know for a fact somewhere, I already have plenty of chests. That's going to be a problem. I do not have enough iron for all these hoppers. So if I put a chest in each of these... Yep, I did my maths right, 13. Okay, there we go, we're starting to get somewhere. So we're going to need hoppers in all of these, and a hopper and a minecart above it, which means we're going to need a lot of iron. So I think the plan is to just head down to the mines quickly, and grab enough to cover all of this and potentially future expeditions. Okay, I'd say that was pretty successful, and I'd just like to say, I am so glad Fortune works on iron now, because that would have been a pain otherwise. We've got more than enough stacks of iron, which we're going to chuck in the smelters. We can dump all of these blocks we mined. So in the meantime, I'm going to go and chase up some sheep, because if we need 13 sheep, we better get breeding. Dye-wise, I know for a fact we've already got things like cactus, cocoa beans, quite a few flowers already in the chests, so we shouldn't have an issue with anything like that. But I'm just going to collect some because it's better to be on the safe side. And as long as I've got 2 sheep, I'll start a bit of a little pen, which I can just use to breed. Okay, I've managed to find 4, and we've built a little pen, just to temporarily breed them in until we have 13. There we go, so they're flying. I am just slightly cautious about how much wheat we've got though, because we're running very low. So I think we'll be able to obtain some of our iron now, which we can use to get started. Oh yeah, loads have smelted. I completely forgot you needed chests for hoppers. That means we're probably going to need even more wood. And these aren't cheap either, wow. Okay, we'll start off with 4 for now. Not quite sure how you make a dispenser actually. Oh, it's bows, aren't they? Tell you what, this just keeps getting harder. Well, that's a pain. And I believe observers are quartz, which I do have a little bit of. And we'll start by doing 4. Okay, so the first one. So hopper, 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 hopper. Rail, 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 rail. And we'll get our minecarts. And now, if I'm right in saying I can place my grass, like so, with our observers detecting the grass, so that when the sheep eats the grass, the observer detects it, and then the shears can be sheared. So redstone, 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 and then dispenser, 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 dispenser. I just wanted to get enough just to finish these pillars in this area. So I can just go across like these and strip them. And I'll just slap a couple of torches within each of these boxes. So now that these are all set up, the last stage is to actually put the sheep in and put the glass over it. Just going to grab my spare glass. Okay, so we've got 47 glass. So we're going to start off yellow, orange, red, and pink. So with the first one being yellow, we'll make 2 yellow dye. One for the sheep and one for the glass. And we'll go borrow a sheep. Try let one of them out. That didn't work. Okay, so 2 of them wanted to come, so I guess one of them is growing up in captivity. Okay, this is much more of a nightmare than I thought. If we slowly just remove the amount of space that they've got to walk in, this should work. I'm feeling optimistic. Oh, is he going for it? Go on. Go on. Oh, why are both of them going in? Oh my gosh. Right, they're both trying to go in together, which is really annoying me, because that's not what I want. Come on. Yes! Right, that's 1 down. Oh, he's grown. Oh, wow, that was quick. So if you just do me a favour and go in this little box just for a little bit. Thank you. There we go. That's 2 down. I want to finish by just putting a bunch of signs over each one, just like so. Just to add a bit more of a beam effect. But now, I think the plan is, I'm going to go and do all of these, which is going to take me God knows how long. And then we can start working on the outside. And there we have it. We've finally finished all of our sheep. As you can see, we haven't got every single colour though. We are missing white, brown and purple. However, it's not the end of the world. Now then, I think it's time we sleep, do the reef beams, do a bit of interior design upstairs. And then this would conclude our barn. Okay, so I think for these wooden beams, I think the plan is, we're going to find an equal spacing. And we're going to do the same arch design over and over again with one long beam going down the middle. So starting off here, I think, I'm going to place 2 mud brick walls. Just going to grab a scaffolding block. Then we'll place a couple of logs on top. We'll strip them, and I will just place a torch on them. Place a crafting table up here for now. And then I'd like quite a few trapdoors, just to add to the gradient of curve a little bit. And I will actually place them across here. And then continuing up, I'm just going to follow the same pattern. Slowly but surely sloping it until we work all our way up to this middle bit here. Something like this. And then we can have our beam running through this and lanterns coming off the edge of it. So there we go, something like that. And I'm just going to quickly, can I make this jump? Nope. And repeat the exact same shape, but on this side. Perfect. So I'm just going to repeat this design every 5 blocks along. So here, here, and here. And then from there, we know what space upstairs we have to work with. And I think with what iron we have remaining, we're going to make a couple of chains and some lanterns to dangle down from here, so that we don't need these random torches. So we're going to need as many nuggets as possible, 4 lanterns, and 4 chains, I believe. And then if we remove these torches and replace them with a chain, lantern, chain, lantern, chain, lantern, and chain, lantern. Look at that, that's lovely. And I think for now, I'm just going to leave up here empty. And maybe in the future we'll revisit and put a nice big auto smelter or something here. But for now, our main focus has been concluded. And I think this is looking awesome. As the night goes dark, I think we're going to take a quick nap. And then we can start working on this area. And make the area around our barn look pretty. The next plan now is to actually terraform this area. So we're going to start by paving out an area for our path. And we're also going to sort the marsh out for the river. And fix that deep hole in there which leads to a cave. So without further ado, let's begin the time lapse. There we go, so we've cleared plenty of space out in and around the barn, and where we can terraform, we can put paths, trees, obviously a new field coming round here in this space. We've filled the hole, we've prepped the river, so now we're just going to go on a little tidy up mission. We're going to clear the granite block, perfect, much tidier, and now I'm just going to go and do all the marsh around the river. So I'm thinking we'll do it there on this side, around here on this side. So let's just quickly do that, and there we have it. We've finally finished the marsh for the other side. and we've wrapped it around the whole river. I'm getting slightly concerned about our shovel because we don't have mending on it, so we're going to have to figure that out somehow before we do too much more terrain. And we'll just keep on expanding the marsh as we progress our area. So we've finished the terrain, we've finished the marsh. Now we can get doing the path, the field, the trees, and any other additional details, whether it be bushes, maybe a little bee garden which could produce some honey. That could be nice if we have time in this episode. But first of all, I'd like to do the path so that I can follow directions and I know where I'm going. Actually though, before I do this path, I've actually collated a few of my materials and I've realised I've got quite a few plantable things. So what I'm thinking of doing is creating just a couple of gardens. Excuse me mate, this wall's for private use only, pal. So I think first of all I'm going to do the one adjacent to the door, and I'd like to use for this my berry bushes, and utilising these flowers I'd like to get a couple of beehives set up. Okay, so I've got a pair of shears, and I believe if I shear a bee nest, I get a couple of honeycomb, and I think we found our first one. So if I'm right in saying I can just go like that. Oh, they get angry though, they get angry. I've got my eyes on another. Just do that quickly and then run. I'm just going to quickly find 2 more. Right, I actually found 3 more, so that's more than enough. So now if I just grab my remaining mossy cobble, and I'm just going to go run and get some wood quickly. Right, okay, so we've got a bit of wood. We've got our honeycomb. So first of all, I want to craft my beehives. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 beehives. There we go. So make sure I've got plenty of space for this. And then we can have the path running through here. Just going to make a couple of scaffolds. So I think what we could do, we could place our 4 beehives on some scaffolds. And then after these beehives, I'm thinking a 3-block gap and a bit of a miniature wall. Just like so. Perfect. Okay, so here, I'd like my berry bush seeds. So I'm just going to cut all this grass up quickly. So we need 3 rows of 5. Okay, perfect. So we've got a little layout like this. I'd like to create a couple of spruce fences and quite a few trapdoors. I'm going to do a bit of a hanging design. So I'll place all of my fences here. Perfect. And then place my berry bush seeds here. Let them grow there. And I could do with some spruce leaves to go over them. We only need a humble 15. And then 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I did my maths wrong. And then I'd like to place my trapdoors over the top of these. There we go. So now I've got a little berry bush seed farm. I know it's tiny, but we don't really need many berry bush seeds. And then I'm thinking here, just a little table with maybe a campfire, which we can just put out on. Okay, perfect. So coming around here, I'm going to just lay out a little kind of path area again, ensuring I leave space for some flowers and greenery. There we go. So we've got a nice little loop coming round, which is perfect. So now I think I'm just going to bob back to the base quickly and grab some leaves and some grass, ferns, stuff like that, which we had left over from our terraforming, and then just spice this place up a little bit. Yes, so that's perfect. We've got grass, more grass, tall grass, a couple of ferns, and plenty of acacia leaves left. Very nice. So now let's just take our flowers. There we go. This is awesome. There we go. So we've got a lovely little garden, which we'll be able to connect to the path soon. Now I'd like to do the side garden. This one will probably be a lot less detailed, as we're going to do pumpkins and bamboo. So same as last time, I'm going to do a quick wall shape, and then lay it out with a path. Okay, perfect. So we've got a nice little path layout now. So I'm thinking on this side we'll have bamboo, and this side some pumpkins. There we go, so something like that. Nice. And I'm going to have to replace all of these blocks with coarse dirt, otherwise the pumpkins won't grow. Okay, so bamboo on this side would be good. Okay, perfect. So we've got our bamboo in, and that's growing very quickly. We've got our pumpkins placed. Okay, perfect. So now let's green this place up again like last time with our leaves, grass, and ferns. I'm just going to place one big bush on this side, and then the odd bush here and there on the other side. Like so. Just lots of random grass and ferns everywhere. So that's this garden done. So I'll just do it 4 out, and then the path can just swoop along, and then the usual of just making some shapes for our melons. And then like last time, we're going to have to put our coarse dirt where the melon will actually get placed. Perfect. And we're just going to grab our seeds and let them get growing. And then we'll just place our packed mud. And then same as always, we'll grab our grass, leaves, etc. Like on the other side, I'm going to place another one of them kegs, just for a bit more decoration. Perfect. Perfect. So we've got all 3 gardens finished now. So we've got our bees and our berry bush seeds. We've got our melons. And we've got our pumpkin and bamboo. Okay, it's looking very good. And as you can see, I've also placed down a bit of wool from our sheep farm, just to lay out a few pointers. So this grey wool wrapping around, that's going to be our main mud walkway. These line blocks are going to be trees. The yellow wall is going to signify the wheat field. Little orange one is where the carrots are going to go. So let's get started on the fields. So for the walls for our field, I'd like to use mossy cobblestone and tuff. However, as you can see, we are practically out of both these materials. So we're just going to make a quick trip to the mines in our moss farm. And we're going to obtain plenty of tuff and plenty of mossy cobble. Okay, so that should do us for a little bit. So the plan is to just do a rustic medieval style cobbled fence. And I plan on doing quite an uneven style shape, as if it is just a mess of cobble, just here, there, everywhere. So something like this, wrapping the whole way round. I'm going to chuck bits of tuff into it, add a little bit of weathering. So we're just going to quickly do that around the whole field, signifying 2 different fields. And then we can start finally planting our crops. There we go, so there's one field down, and now just time for the carrot field. Right, awesome. So now we've got our fields laid out. We need to run a nice path all the way through it. And we need to get it set up with some farmland and some water sources. Let's go get all our coarse dirt and lay this path out. Shouldn't need too much. I'll get our spare dirt and our not so spare gravel. And that should make us a decent amount of coarse dirt. Just over 4 stacks, which should do the trick for now. So I'm thinking for this, I don't want it to be too wide, just enough to cover the ability to water through this field. So I've got all the seeds I've possibly got across all of my chests. I've got my hose, I've got some buckets, coarse dirt, and I've got 15 carrots, which definitely isn't going to fill a field. Just going to get some bone meal from our farm. I'm going to grow enough so that I can cover all the fields, and by using this I can keep growing our carrots until we've got enough to cover our field. If I just keep doing this, I'll be able to reproduce the amount of carrots I have very quickly until I can cover my whole field. Okay, so I've got just under 4 stacks, which should do us for now, and I'm adamant my 5 stacks of seed isn't going to cut it. But let's find out. Let's start the time lapse. There we go, so we've built our fields. And I think this will look really good once they've all fully grown. So as you can see, we greatly underestimated how many seeds we'd need. So we are going to have to wait for all these to grow, harvest them, plant them, replant them, keep on going until this whole thing is full. So we're going to leave these to grow, and whilst these grow, we're going to go get started on the path. So we're going to go collect some more resources, even more coarse dirt, some more mud, and then we can finally get doing this main path, which kind of just connects all of our little gardens, our barn entrance, the main road. And then once we finished our path, we can do our final terraforming, our trees, and then we've concluded this area. Okay, so we spent some time mass farming and bone meal in our wheat farm. And as you can see, we've got plenty of wheat now, which we can use for the mud for the path. We've crafted plenty of hay bales to cover our water sources, and we've got enough seeds to cover the entire field. So the plan is now to go and get our mud, and craft a bunch of packed mud, and then we can start with this path. So we've got just over 5 stacks, which should do us from here to there. And I am quickly just going to chuck an additional diamond onto this shovel, just so we can heal it a little bit. There we go. So for this, I'm just going to start by mining a shape out. There we go, so something like this, which makes it a lot easier for us to plan out where we want what. So I'm just going to follow the exact same as last time. I'm going to go in with a mud, and then I'm going to add the coarse dirt and then the mossy cobble. Okay, there we go, so we've got our basic mud shape. So now if we go and slap our coarse dirt and our mossy cobble in. There we go, so we've done this section now, and this is looking miles better already. By the time we've chucked some more foliage on this grass area and got our trees, this is going to look awesome. So I think now we'll do this side, we'll connect this side of the barn to the fields. There we go. So now, if we follow it around, we've got a whole path and a couple of pumpkins in the way, which lead us up to and from our fields, and all the way down from either side of the barn, back to what will be the main road. So that's our next mission, so let's go get that done. So we've finished this main road now, and this is looking really awesome. It's going to look so much better when we've got fields on this side, expanding all the way over there, maybe a farmhouse, a windmill, leading all the way up to the main village and a castle. But I'm really happy with how this is turning out. I think the next plan, then, now that we've got our whole path running the whole way through, is to add a bit of foliage and maybe some additional decorations, whether it be just simple barrels and pots, just to make this place look alive, and then we can finally put our trees in. So let's go get our foliage and just slap some of that in. Okay, so we're slowly getting there. Still got a lot more to do though. And then like the other side, we're just going to spam loads of grass just like our starter area. Okay, there we have it. We've added plenty of foliage. So before I do the final stage of the trees, I'm just going to do a couple pieces, like pots, crafting tables, little kind of storage chests, stuff like that. Just kind of make the place look more active. Okay, this is looking so good. I'm really liking this. So now, the final job of this is to do the trees. So I'm thinking a mix of both birch and oak trees. So to do that, I'm going to get the exact materials from the trees over here. So let's quickly chop some of these trees down. Okay, so we've made a mess of this area, but we've got plenty of leaves and plenty of logs. We're going to go start with our oak trees, and I'm just going to do a variety of shapes. There we go, so there's tree number 1, and I think if we just keep swooping them round the side, I'm actually just going to beef it up down the bottom, just so it looks like the roots are embedding itself into the ground. There we go, so that's tree number 1 down. There we go, tree number 2 complete. So I think you get the gist. I'm just going to go around, I'm going to build all of my oak trees, and then we'll come back, get our birch materials, build our birch trees, and then we're done. There we go. Look at this, this is looking awesome. So we've got a few different sizes of trees ranging from small to big, wrapping along the whole way. I'm now going to grab some birch materials and we're just going to chuck the odd birch tree here and there just to add a bit more effect. First though actually, I think we're just going to tidy this bit up. There we go, this is looking much better. We're just going to do the same now with birch. There we go, that should do us. And we'll just remove these logs as well. Alright, let's get these birch trees placed. There we go, we've got a really nice dense tree line outlining our barn. And if you'd like to see a tutorial on how to build custom trees, let me know down in the comments below. We've even got a professional tree inspector selling absolutely nothing but garbage. So there's only one thing to do with him. I'm hoping to start expanding the farm over this side and build maybe a farmhouse and some more fields. Obviously, as you can see, we've got a bit of an obstruction in the case of we've got a bit of a hill still and we've got lots of trees. That's exactly why we're here. We're going to work on that today. Off camera, I've continued to work on the river all the way down there and vice versa on this side via the trees. I've also, utilising our wool from the sheep farm, I've planned out where I'd like to put a river to separate the farmland to the medieval town. So I think before we can even start building, we need to start clearing some of this space out. So I'm definitely first going to chop down all of these trees, and then I can start to surface out this grass, and then we can start planning. So let's get straight into chopping. There we go, so we've cleared all the trees and we've got plenty of space to work with. Now there's a big ravine, which I'm thinking as for today, I'm just going to work up to this, and then in the next episode, we can do everything on the other side of the ravine. And then we need to start clearing this space out really. Well, I say clear it out, I just need to integrate it into this area a little better, because right now it's just cut off. So I'm going to work from this layer and I'm going to start carving it up until I get the shape that I want. So we're starting to curve the hill round. We just need to continue going. So we're getting there. There we go. So we've curved it the whole way round, and now I just need to level it off. So we're just going to keep on mining. The good thing is we're going to have plenty of grass after this. My durability is noticeably getting a bit lower. Tell you what, a beacon would be lovely, but I've been reading the comments of the last video, and everybody wants to see a windmill, so I think across the next 2 episodes, we're going to have to build a windmill. But first, I'm thinking today I'd like to build a farmhouse. And maybe we could get some farmers which could live in it. When I went to get my beehives, I saw a village up at the top of a canyon up there somewhere. So I'm thinking I could just drop down and go down the river. Oh, what's going on with the river? Just drop down, sail them on a boat, and bring them straight home forever. So we're getting there. We started to clear this side out. Now we just need to continue all the way along this way. And then that's the first bit done. So let's go and get all this dug out. There we go. So we've tidied all this up now. And we've made a double chest for all the grass, because inevitably there's a lot. That'll do us for now though. So that's the first layer done. Yeah, perfect. So I'm thinking the house could be around there. We now want to curve the next layer off, probably coming around this side, and maybe one more just before the ravine. I think what we're going to do, we're just going to blaze this whole area. So we're going to go slap another diamond on our shovel. 1 diamond, the anvil. There we go. So let's get terraforming. And we've started with something like this to this. Much better. So we've got plenty more space to work with now. It's looking much more suitable for farmland. We've worked just up to this ravine, and then we're going to work over here and just blend this into the forest, and then we know exactly how much space we have to work with in today's episode. We're going to end our farmland by just blending it into a forest. So I've planted a couple of saplings, and then we'll just blend it via custom trees. So I'm just going to bring all of this down to the level where I am currently. And boom! We've got a nice area now for our farmland. And we've run out of space. I'm going to chuck it on the floor at this rate because we don't even need it. That's how rich we are. Right, we're just going to go grab some wool so we can start planning some things out. Right, colours-wise, I'm going to get some orange wool for the path. I'm going to get some light grey wool to plan the fields. And then I'm going to get some magenta wool for the building. Okay, so I'm thinking with this wool, for the path, I'm going to bring it along right down the side of the ravine. Up to about there, because I'm thinking I'll curve it off up there. And then we just need to make it a bit wider. So something along this probably width is good. Similar size to the road we've currently got, I'm thinking. And I'm thinking for the house, just a simple farmhouse structure, something like maybe this size. Maybe a bit of a workshop space up, just coming along this side. I've just realised though, I've done this in the wrong colour. And I don't want to get mixed up, so I'm just going to switch all this to magenta. Now we're talking. So now, with our grey, we want to use the rest of this space. We're just going to put them as fields. To be fair, it's not that much bigger than our wheat field, so I think we might be okay. Here we'll have another one. And I'd like to do a pumpkin patch somewhere. I think that could be a really cool feature. And then we've got a little bit of space here, which maybe this is where the pumpkin patch can go. There we go. So I think we've got a nice little plan. And then like last time, we can run the side of the river along with custom trees. Put plenty here to integrate it into the forest. Continue this nice path design along this side. Same field design, different crops. I think the mission is now, we're going to build our path. Now we've obviously got our mossy cobblestone and our coarse dirt. However, like normal, this is the issue. The dried mud. And we do have quite a bit in here, but definitely not enough. I think the plan is we're going to sleep and then we're going to go and get lots more mud. We've got our wheat, obviously, from our massive wheat farm, which we can actually utilise now. And then we can just create enough dried mud to hopefully last us the whole path. Right. Let's go to the mangrove. So I think the plan is now, we just need to get loads of this mud and we're just going to mine. So let's go. There we go. We've got a full inventory full. And our shovel has just managed to survive. So we're going to head back and we'll repair our shovel. And then we'll get loads of wheat. So we're back. So let's dump all of this in a chest. Just make a chest here and put all of that in. So we need the equivalent of that, but wheat. So let's go get some wheat.
Approximately 10 hours later.
Alright, so we've got lots of wheat. And we're just going to quickly replant the seeds. And we're almost there. Perfect. So the plan is now we're going to convert this all into some packed mud. Let's just say I don't think we're going to need more packed mud for a while. So now I'm thinking we're going to actually build the path. I'm just going to try and stick to the guidelines of the wall, I think, actually. So with my shovel and my packed mud, if I just kind of trace where I've built this wall, and I'll go along and place all my packed mud. And then I'm going to do the exact same on this side. And we'll keep on bringing it along up here, like we've done with the other side. So now we've done the other side, we can remove the wool, and we can fill it back in with packed mud. Okay, now, so the next plan is, we need to fill it all in. But this poor shovel's on the verge of death. So I think it's time we treat it. It's not very economic, but it's done as well as this shovel. Right, it's had some love to it. Now let's put it back to work. So we're just going to keep on replacing all the grass with packed mud, and I'll see you in a minute. Right, there we go. So this path's looking awesome now. I've got a couple of jungle logs, and we're going to slap the slabs on there. Just for a nice blend. And then what we're going to do, we're going to go and finish that little bit of path. Probably in coarse dirt, in addition to adding the coarse dirt around the side and our mossy cobble. And I'm also just going to grab my coarse dirt now and my mossy cobble. So let's take our slabs and just line them up along here. Perfect. In coarse dirt and mossy cobblestone all the way along. Just so it smoothens it out and makes it look a bit nicer. There we go, so that's one side done. And we just need to repeat it on this side, this side, and then over there. Right, we've finished our path. We've integrated it nicely in. We've curved it off, which means now it's time for either the farmhouse or the fields. And I'm thinking for the farmhouse, we're going to keep it a very similar style to this. So the same block palette, oak roof with a bit of weathering, some spruce logs, a bit of smooth sandstone, and you get the gist. Let's sleep in our trusty red bed, and let's get prepared. And now we're after some materials, so I don't know where we've left all our materials from the barn, but we're just going to go scrounging through our chests, which again, we still need to reorganise. Right, so we should have enough smooth sandstone. I think we need a bit more spruce, and definitely some more oak. Right, let's go get some wood, and then we can jump into building. Right, let's hit it. Right, we've mined all our trees. To be fair, we should have enough with all these resources. As like we planned out, it's not actually going to be a massive farmhouse. I think it might be time we cue the time lapse. There we go. I'd say this is looking pretty nice. So we've got a nice traditional farmhouse. We've got a little workstation out on this side. And as you can see, I have left a little hole in the roof because I'm thinking I'd like to do a little chimney. So let's get working on this chimney. First of all though, I'm going to need a bit more brick. So where can I find some more clay? Now without going down too much, I found a bit in this hill. And I'll be able to use some granite as well in case I run out of brick because they work quite well with each other. So I'm just going to convert all of this into actual clay real quick. So we'll just get all this chucked out in between here. And we're just going to wait for all that clay to smelt. Right, they're all done. And we've got plenty of bricks. So let's just see how much we can make with that. 35 blocks. I mean, that should do us. And I've just grabbed a bit of granite as well in case I run out. So I'm just going to make a few little pieces. Now, I've got acacia because it really works well when it comes to blending in with brick. So I think I'm going to start off with my granite, then we'll work our way up with the brick, and then I'm going to build this up 4 high with a couple of walls on this side and a couple on this side. More of them, really. The leads always come in handy. Right, I've got 2 campfires. So I'm now just going to place them on the top, like so. And there we go. We've finished our farmhouse. Okay, so the plan is now, we've done the exterior. I'm going to work on a bit of interior. We're then going to get some villagers in. We'll then complete all the fields. And then again, like last time, we'll finish with some trees. So I think for the floor, we're just going to do some spruce. First things first, we're going to replace all of this with spruce. Much better. So what I'm thinking is, we could have a few villager slots here. Space for 4. I think we're going to leave it nice and open. And we'll have a big carpet in the middle, maybe just some bookshelves. Just some decoration. And in an effort to just plan out where they're going to go, I've built a few little slots. So I'm going to make 2 boats now. And we're going to head up to the village up there. There we go. We can see it in the distance. Just build the world's worst bridge up. And there we go. We made it. Oh, I don't know what's going on in here, but there's 3 of them. Oh, someone's had a hard time. And I'm going to take this bell because I'd like to put it in the barn. Oh, there's 2. Right. Who's going to be our first? One of these, I'm thinking. Right. Well, say goodbye to your friends. And prepare for the nice ride home. So somehow we need to safely drop off this cliff. Which I've not quite thought about just yet. I think we can make that. Ooh, it's blind. And we've done it. Simple as that. So we'll take my new friend back. There we go. Just going to leave you there for a minute. I'm going to go back for your friend. Right, we've got number 2. Ooh. Right, there we go. So now we just need to figure out how to get them from there to there. And what easier way than to lure them with food. I'm just going to make a couple of composters quickly so they know what their new job is forever. So let's think. If I just mine that boat and then place some bread. Look at him. Oh, he's after it. He likes it, doesn't he? He's right in there. He's eager. See, that's something I look for in my employees. He's just ran straight in. Forever. If only you'd take notes, mate. Yeah, keep coming. Keep coming. Are you going to be eager? Or are you going to be an idiot? Right, we're going to do this the hard way. Put you in a boat. And we're going to forcefully move you in. There we go. 2 humble villagers. So now if I just chuck them loads of bread, theoretically they should make a nice baby. Oh my gosh! They're in labour. Oh! We have life! Oh, congratulations, you and your loved ones. So if I just chuck bread in there, someone's going to follow it surely. You know you want to, mate. Oi! Not you! Oh, you're not. Oh, hate babies! I tell you what, I think if I got a minecart, this would have been a lot easier, but... Go on, go on, go on. Mate, really? Right, so that's 1 down. Time for the other 3. Right, as you can see, we've got all of the villagers into their little slots. And whilst we're waiting for them to grow up, we've just done a little simple interior, as we can see. A nice open space and a bit of a work desk with a bit of storage. Now the next job is to work on all these fields. So what I'm thinking is a pumpkin patch, a massive beetroot one, a medium-sized potato one, and another small carrot one. But first, like last time, we need to do the cobblestone walls surrounding them. Right, I think it's wall time. We do have quite a few materials, to be fair, from last time. I think the plan is we're just going to take it field by field just to mix it up a bit. So we'll start off with this field, but now I think it's time we get started on this first field then. Right, we've got everything we need, so we're just following the exact same techniques as last time, and the rest is history. There we go. We finished our potato field. So this is one of our fields done. So you've watched me build one of the farms. It's now time to go and build the other carrot farm and the beetroot farm. And then we'll come back together and we'll build this pumpkin patch. And then we can add shrubbery and some greenery and some decoration along the paths for some liveliness. And then we can finish it all by doing the trees. But I think overall this is going to look really good when this place is finished. So now the plan is to go and do the beetroot field and the mini carrot field. So let's go sort that. There we go. So we've got an awesome beetroot farm coming along here. Then we've got our brand new potato farm, which we built on time lapse. And then following that through to our new carrot farm. And as we follow the path around, you can see I've started to prep where I want to build a pumpkin patch. Now I'm just going to make the farmland, so I'll put my water sources in and I'll cover them up. Right, now here I'm thinking a big pumpkin which I can cover an entrance to maybe an underground farm. Like so. And then what we can do, I think we could cover it up with some banners so it blends in a bit more. Right, I'm just going to quickly bone meal some of these pumpkin things just to get the process moving a bit faster. Right, there we go. We're really starting to get somewhere. So I've put a couple of slabs and a couple of walls to show kind of different like stages of growing. And I've bone mealed all of the seeds. Right, I've had an idea. I don't know whether it's going to work, but I think it could be a bit of a laugh. So we're going to try and make a face for the big pumpkin. I'm trying to make the eyes here, so bear that in mind. Alright, so 2 eyes. That's awesome. I love that. Just chuck a lantern here and there, just on the cobblestone wall itself. Perfect. Great, I'm happy with this pumpkin patch. Alright, I had a last minute change of heart and I decided to change the wall to spruce because it's quite small and didn't really fit in to be in the field kind of size design. But I think it looks good and I think it looks really nice and seasonal. Very spooky themed. And I'm loving the little goofy pumpkin. We're now going to go build a functional pumpkin mine under the bottom. As you can see, we've got plenty of resources. So the plan is we're just going to go down, and I'm thinking, before I begin my time lapse, we're just going to plan out how big I want this to be. So I'm thinking we'll leave a 3 gap. There we go. So I'm thinking something like this. We've got 4 rows, and we'll do each bit 32, so that this, I can get a stack from this. 2 stacks, 3 stacks, 4 stacks, and you get the point. I'm thinking it's time we cue the time lapse. There we go, so we've finished our functional pumpkin farm, and we've got 4 rows, each of 32. Now this will be very useful for trading with the villagers, which we can annoyingly hear a bit too well. But now that we've finished that, whilst they grow, I think it's time we get finalising this area of the farm. I'm thinking just like something like this, we'll just get some leaves, some tall grass, some little grass, and we'll just blend it in, and then got a lot of trees to do, which is going to be a nightmare. So if I just grab all the grass I've got left, and my azalea leaves, and then I guess we just start right here. It's just a matter of just putting them everywhere until it looks green. So we're just going to keep We're going to keep working our way around, just adding bits of variety here and there. There we go, so we're getting there. Right, there we go. So we've absolutely cluttered the area up now, so it looks nice and overgrown. Now the plan is, I'm just going to build a few little bits and bats. I'm thinking like a little horse carriage here. Just a couple of pots, a couple of benches, and just bits and bats just to clutter up this road. So let's go and do that. We'll do a bench first. Nice simple one. A couple of pots and pans. There we go. And I've just built a couple more carts. So I've got a pumpkin one, a potato one, and a beetroot one. So the final stage of this now is to do some trees. And God, do I hate doing trees. So what we're going to do, we're going to do the exact same as over here. We're going to build a few different sizes of birch and oak trees. Just coming along the riverbed and blending into the forest over there. And I've been reading the comments, and a few people would like to see how I actually build a custom tree. So I'm going to build one with you guys, and then I'm going to go do the rest. The matter is, can I find where I've got my tree resources? Right, we found some of our oak resources. That should do whilst I show you just how to build a tree. Now we're going to go for something that's similar to this tree. So the very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to build the trunk up. So I'm going to place it up 9. I'm going to blend it off with a spruce stair at the top. And now that we've got our base trunk, we want to build some branches. So there are many ways you could do branches. However, I like to use slabs and stairs to just stick out of the main trunk a little bit. And you can do as many or as little as you'd like. And I like to go fairly high up with mine, just because it's more realistic. There we go, so we've got a basic trunk now, which we're just going to reinforce down at the bottom here. And it's just a matter of simply placing a couple bits here and there, just so it looks like it stands into the hill better. There we go. And now that we've got our full shape, it's time to get the leaves out. So we're not going to place them in any strict order. We're just going to try and place like cube shapes. We want to keep to the Minecraft kind of vibe without falling down the tiny ravine. Which I always find it easier to build with some scaffolding blocks, but for some reason I've decided not to bring any. So we're just going to keep surrounding it. And I'm aware there's a birch tree in our way. And we want to try and keep our leaves to where we place those branches. And we're just working our way all the way up until you get to the top, in which I like to do no more than 1 block above the trunk shape we built earlier. And if you keep adding leaves until you see fit, you'll get a nice tree which looks something like this. I'd say that's not a bad attempt for a first try. So we've built one, so it's time we go around and do the rest, and I'll catch you on the flip side. Right, now would you just look at that. I'm really happy with how this has turned out, and they blend in really nicely into the back of that forest over there which I planted, which can kind of cut off where our workspace is. Now I've got all these resources left, so I'm thinking, what if I built like a little willow tree like here? So I think we're gonna go and do that right now. And there we go. We finished our willow tree. I think this looks really nice. Before I even get started on the medieval town, I really want to improve some gear. This means upgrading them to netherite, maybe getting some better weapons, and just preparing myself for the Ender Dragon. I've planned out 3 stages for this, and the first one is to conquer the trial chamber and obtain a mace. The second objective is to get some netherite. And the third and final objective is to get a full max tier beacon. So without further ado, let's gear up and let's head to this trial chamber. When I stumbled across the trial chamber in the last episode, it looked very intense, which means I need to stock up on some equipment. Okay, so I've got a shield, some lava buckets, some water buckets, golden carrots, pumpkin pie, and a few building blocks. And I think that's everything we need. Before I venture into this trial chamber, I've done some research. I need to start an omnious trial, which means I need bad omen. I came across this pillager outpost whilst mining for spruce, so hopefully I can come in here and I can find a captain. Oh, that was easy. So we've now got the omnious bottle. If I go into a chamber and drink that, I think I start the right trial. Right, to the chamber. Okay, so we made it. And now if I just drink this, something just made a noise. Oh! Whoa! What's going on here? Okay, this is definitely not as easy as I thought. Wow. Okay. Holy. They've got iron swords. Ah, this is chaos. Hello. Oh my. Okay, you really don't want to fight, do you? Oh! An omnious trial key. There we go. Now, can I use that on this? Oh, come on. Come on. Some pretty decent loot. No heavy core, though. Can I hear slimes? Well, that'll definitely come in handy for future use. More beef, really. I don't want beef. I want an Omnius key. Right, there's some stuff, and I can see another vault in here, so hopefully. Whoa. Oh, mate, I'm actually sick of getting baked potato and food. I can't believe I'm going to say this. I don't want food. Right, what's up these stairs? What is going on here? I'll take a cactus. I don't think I've got any cactus. All more skeletons. Is that all of them? Ooh, there's a trial key down there. I'll take that. What's in the vault? Another music disc. How many music discs are there? We're going to be having a party tonight. I can hear something else opening in again. Baked potatoes, great. Okay, here we go. So this is a big chain, but whoa. Calm down. Oh, not those poisonous ones. Don't let them touch me. Ah, there's so much going on. Oh, food break, food break, food break. There's so many slimes. What? Another key. I'd like to know where the vault is, though, really. Where are you, vault? Oh, there's a vault there, though. Can I open that quickly before I get attacked? Oh, they're coming. Well, I need to know if I've got a mace. Yes! That's the mace, isn't it? Heavy core. Mace! Oh, let's go! Okay, well, I guess that's this then. We now need to find our way out of here. Is it through here? I think it was round here somewhere. Oh, yeah, we definitely came in through here, but whereabouts? Oh, up there, up there. Right. I'd say that was really successful. We've got loads of slime balls and spider eyes, which, funny enough, will actually come in handy a lot. Some really cool music discs, another bad omen bottle, and the mace. Get back to base, and then we can start working on the second objective. Almost there. And I'm really liking these wind charges. And here we are, home sweet home. And I'm actually just thinking about it. I'm going to get a bow. I think a bow is going to be very important within the future. And I've got plenty of string. We're going to spend some time getting our levels up, and then we're going to enchant the mace and the bow. Right, so we've got a couple of books and a couple of enchanted items. So I've got 2 bows, in which I should be able to merge to get a max bow. And I've got a mace with density 5 on it. And I've got a book of fire respect 2 and a book of unbreaking. Now, what I didn't realise with the mace is you can actually get a wind burst enchantment from the child chambers. However, we've already left there, so we're going to have to do that some other time. If I merge these 2, and what should we call it? Doomsday. And then my mace. What's cheaper to put on first? Unbreaking. And I don't have enough XP. Okay, let's go get some more. Come on, we just need a few more. This is the world's slowest XP farm. If only we could build a better farm. Right, level 7, that should do us. There we go. And I'm going to call this one Mjolnir. And that is Objective 1 complete. Right, the next plan now is to get some Netherite. So we need some wood and some wool. And I'm thinking we'll use some cyan. And we're going to craft loads of beds. And we're going to blow open a massive space underground in the Nether in hopes of making it easy to find ancient debris. And just quickly checking our stores. We've got a singular smithing template, which is fine as we can duplicate that with diamonds. And we should have enough gold to make the ingots themselves. So let's dive into the Nether. Right, so I believe Y15 is the mission. So I'm just going to jump down, and I think in an effort to get as low as possible, I'm just going to mine down. And we're after Y15. There we go. So if I just make a really long tunnel down here now. Whoa. Yo, no way. We've already found one. I think that's long enough. So let's craft some beds. And as far as I'm aware, place it. Oh. Right, let's get this operation underway. And that was the final bed. And I think across all this mass destruction, we've done pretty well. 41 debris, which means that can get us approximately 10 netherite ingots. Now, we just need to find our way out of here. And I think it's all the way down there. We've missed some. Come on, is there a staircase? Yes! So I'll take it out of here. Right. Just got to get back up there somehow. There we are. So let's just bridge across safely. And before you ask about this, you're going to understand later on. Let's put all these in the smelters, and whilst they smell, I'm just going to go and grab some more golden carrots. Okay, nice, so that's all smelted. Oh, 42 netherite scraps. I can now grab my gold, and I believe if I turn them into ingots, they come here. Yes, come on. 10 netherite ingots. Look at that. So now I need my smithing table and my netherite upgrade. Right, so come into here. Yes, there we go. Ooh, they're a lot more expensive than I thought. We best go get some more diamonds quickly. Right, so we're back. We've got a lot more diamonds. And we have just quickly repaired all of our tools and armor. So it's a nice fresh look when we put the netherite on. So I should be able to make enough of these now. That's the tools. And the armor. There we go. And we've got cover me in debris and serious dedication. So that is objective 2 complete. Now I've quickly just stopped off at the village because I want to refill my bottle of enchantments. It just means I can repair my tools on the move. So we've got that. We can now commence objective 3. Right. Now that we're suited and booted, we can finally go and get a full beacon. So this will be split into 2 stages. We're going to have to get the beacon itself from killing the wither, and then we're going to have to get all the iron or the gold or the emeralds to make the beacon. And as you can see, we don't really have much of anything anymore, so we might have to build like an iron or a gold farm. But before we even think about that, we're going to need some wither skeleton skulls. And I am not looking forward to being back in the nether. I think we're just going to go back to the nether fortress that we spent a lot of time in episode 2 in. This one to be specific. Right, let the games begin. Where are these wither skeletons? No skull from the first one, but no luck again. And again, and again. I think we're going to need to change our strategy somehow. Right, there's no way. There's what, 4 there? Surely one of them dropped their head. Is it going to be you? Nope. Oh, they're all coming for me at once. We're not doing so well here, are we? Oh, we're now on fire. Oh, crap. Oh! Oh! Hey, it's a good way to get some gold. I can hear the bones rattling, but whereabouts are they? Because I need their skull. Oh! Holy, that scared the hell out of me. Hey, there we go. We've got our first one. So that's 1 down, 2 to go. Oh, we've got double trouble over here. And unfortunately, no score from them. Well, hello. Right, come on. You've got something for me. I know you do. And you do. That is number 2. We just need 1 more. And I don't know what they're doing on the roof, but let's go to them. Oh, you're coming to me? Hello. Right, come on. I don't want to hit you off. Give me head. Here we go. Come on. This is the one. This is the one. Yes! That's number 3. Right, now we need to get out of here. And I have absolutely no idea where I am. I think I might be a little lost. I thought it was around here somewhere, but I must be wrong. I tell you what, this is not good. I guess we're just stuck in the nether. Forever. Nether portal, where are you? Is that it? Yes! Oh, home sweet home. It's now time we go and fight this wither. Now, obviously, the amount of destruction it causes, I don't really want to do it anywhere nearby for obvious reasons. So, I think it's time we run far, far away. Right, I think somewhere like here's good. We're just at a really remote island in the middle of nowhere. Oh, deep breaths, deep breaths. Let's do this. Let's go! Oh! Why can I not shoot him with a bow? There we go. Come on, let's get as many shots as possible. Oh, we've got with the wither effect. Let's just tank it, let's just tank it. It's getting very up close and personal, isn't it? Just get some space. No. You want to stay right above me? Yeah, don't worry, mate. Is he really just going to stay right above me at all times? Thankfully, my netherite armor is so strong it can't pierce it. Oh, what's he doing? What's he doing? Oh, we're about to die. We're about to die. Run. No, this is not good. This is not good. This is not good. Heal. We need to heal. We're just going to have to attack him. We can't run. It's fight or flight. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes! We got him. Oh, and we got the nether star. And we were almost dead, but we got it. Oh, I think we did a good job. Right, I think it's time we head back home. Wait, a black dog. Oh, that looks so cute, and we've got so many bones. Oh, we have to tame it. Oh, we've got it. Oh, there's so many. Tame them all. Take you. Take you. We've got so many dogs. I don't really know what we're going to do with them, but... Right. Now we can head back home. Where are my dogs? I've left them on sit, haven't I? What a moron. Alright, well, they've got each other, I guess. Right. Let's grab our glass and our obsidian, and we can make it the beacon. Oh, that looks good. However, obviously, as we can see, it's quite useless right now, as we need a base. And I believe that can be done with any of the valuable blocks. So I think we're going to sleep, and then we need to debate what farm we're going to build. Right, I think we've decided on a gold farm. So let's go and get some resources. So we're first going to need some hoppers. So let's get those sorted. And we need more than that. Perfect. 6 hoppers. We need stacks and stacks of slabs. And I might as well, because I've got some more iron, I'll make some more hoppers. There we go. We need a boat and non-spawnable block like leaves or glass. And then some turtle eggs, and you'll see why later on. We'll make a bamboo boat, because why not, hey? Sorry, a raft. And now it's time to go to the beach, so we can get some glass and some turtle eggs. Okay, there's loads of turtles over here. So I believe they breed with seagrass. So let's quickly grab some of that. I think because we're going to do 5 layers, we need an egg per layer, which means we need 5 eggs. Hello, turtles. Breed. Whoa, they're already at it. Calm down. Oh, sorry, I think I've interrupted them. And whilst they do their thing, let's get some sand and investigate this buried shipwreck. I regret digging that chest up. There we go, so practically 2 stacks will do us. More than enough. We've got some eggs, so make sure I've got my silk touch on. Oh, sorry lad. Get you to move out the way a sec. That's 4, we need 1 more really. Oh, congratulations. They're now mine. Right, well I guess we've got what we need. Now we just need some magma blocks. So I guess back to the nether we go. We're already being attacked. Not on my watch, son. Right, magma blocks. Where can I find magma blocks? Which idiot comes with a full inventory? Oh my, looks like we're going back up. Let's try that again. So we need 35 stacks of magma blocks, which rightfully is going to be a nightmare. So we best get mining. Look at that, I think we've done a really good job there. We've got everything we need. So do you remember earlier on in the video when I mentioned how there was a broken portal next to our nether portal? That's because if you come over here and follow this little path, I've actually built another nether portal, because this leads me to the nether roof. Because the nether roof is where we're going to be building our optimized gold farm. So now I just need to find a nether waste biome. So we'll run around for a bit. So we need to find a nether waste biome. That is where zombified pigmen will spawn. There we go, we found a nether waste. So I'm just going to place my chest here. I'll dump all my stuff. I also quickly went back and got some scaffolds and torches before I forget, because they're going to come in handy. So we've got all the materials we'll need. I think it's now time we build this gold farm.
This is the song for you.
Okay, here we go. So we've finished the gold farm, and as you can see, we've redone this area down here slightly. So we've done a little auto sorter, and a cactus so that we can dispose of any golden swords. And just look at how efficient it is for XP in comparison to our puny little skeleton farm. And as we can see, the golden nuggets are just flowing in, and a lot of rotten flesh. The plan is now we're going to sit here for a while and we're going to keep killing zombified pigmen until we get enough gold to power our beacon back at home.
One eternity later.
Well, there you go. Look at that. We've got almost 4 stacks of gold blocks, a spare stack and a bit of gold ingots, and a couple remaining ingots which we can just chuck off the edge. And as you can see, the XP farm works wonders. So let's get this final beacon placed. So we'll get all of our gold blocks, and I believe it's a 9 by 9. And there we go. Beaconator. So we can now power that, and we have haste too. So we can now super quickly mine, which will definitely come in handy in the future. But that is objective 3. That means we're done. That means we can officially class ourselves as overpowered. I think it's time we convert this desolate plains into a fully fledged medieval village. So there's going to be 3 main stages to this. I'm going to need to get all the materials. I'm going to have to build it, which means creating all the structures, the towers, clearing out this hill and doing some terraforming. And then the final stage will be moving the civilians in. And that is the villagers from over there. So with no time to waste, we need to get started getting some materials. Right, so this is what we've got so far. We've got quite a bit of wood, stone, and cobblestone, and mossy cobblestone. And I'm immediately going to turn half of this into stone bricks. I think we need some more spruce wood. And I've got a fair few empty shulker boxes, which I'll take. And I think from immediately looking at what we need, I'm going to start by getting some more building blocks. And I want lots of light grey wool. So I'll take all of that. I'm then going to take a couple of stacks of magenta, a couple of stacks of red, some light blue, and some green. And that is to plan out the build later on. I think I want a lot of light grey concrete and a lot of light grey concrete powder. So let's grab a beacon and we're going to go set up a bit of a quarry somewhere. Because whilst I'm at it, I'll get some andesite and some deep slate. Right, I've dug a bit of a hole. And I think this is going to be the start of our quarry. So we need to set up our beacon quickly. There we go. So we know the drill by now. Haste 2. It definitely works, that's for sure. And I've got a few torches so we can actually see what we're doing. And we need lots and lots of deep slate, andesite, and gravel if we can find any. And I'm hoping for about a shulker full of deep slate, a shulker full of andesite, and about half a shulker full of gravel at the least. So I think it's time we dig. Right, so we're looking pretty good on resources. We've got all the deep slate we could ever need. We've got almost enough andesite. I'm just going to go up and with the rest of my cobblestone, convert the diorite into andesite. And gravel we're looking pretty slim on, so I think we're going to go find like a gravel seabed or something. Apart from my shulker boxes swimming away from me. I think we're going to go find a gravel top mountain. I think that's the plan. We might actually pick up our sand whilst we're out here. Ooh, okay, this is looking promising. Yeah, there's plenty of gravel here. So where's our gravel shulker box? Let's place that down and let's hit the mines. There we go. That's perfect. I've got the exact amount I need. I think whilst I'm out here, I'd like to fill that shulker box up, remaining with sand. And we just want to fill this up, so we need 13 stacks. So let's get mining some sand. And we're almost there. We need one more stack. There we go. Perfect. And then again, we'll just dump our spares. So we're going to head back quickly. We'll craft the rest into andesite. And then we'll start with the next material. Right, so we're back. That's the sand and gravel prepared for our light grey concrete. That's our deep slate for the roofs. And we've got our andesite here for the walls. So let's just grab some of this cobblestone and convert that all into andesite. There we go. So we've got andesite, wool, sand and gravel, deep slate, cobblestone, stone and stone brick, lots of wood. We need some more spruce wood, which we'll do in a minute. Alright, the next mission is light grey dye. And there's two ways I can do this. I can either steal a bunch of flowers, or I can make it. And I want to say it's much easier if I steal a bunch of flowers, because there's a flower forest right here. And I need about 3 stacks worth of dye, which means I need a lot of flowers. So we best get chopping them down. The best way I can look at it is that each flower is a piece of dye, so it shouldn't take us too long. I'm almost there. We need 20 more. There we go, that's 3 stacks worth, so that should be enough. So if I take some gravel and some sand, should be able to make perfect. Look at that. And I do the same again. Put all that in there. And one more time. And I will be turning bits of this into actual concrete blocks, so we need to bear that in mind. We're now going to fly to the spruce biome, and we're going to get plenty of logs, which should hopefully do us for the whole village. Hey up! We found a mushroom biome. And we will stop off here actually, because we need quite a few of these blocks. So we definitely need the stems, and I mean I will definitely take the brown mushroom blocks as well, because they are gorgeous. This would take us a while, these stems are. And I'm going to take some of the ungrown versions back with me actually, just in case I ever want to grow any. In fact, got an empty shulker box, so let's make use of this. Right, well in the meantime, let's keep shopping. There we go. We've chopped this whole island down, and would you look at that? I think that is pretty successful. That is a lot more than I thought we'd get. So now back to the main mission of spruce. So let's keep flying and find this spruce biome. Here we go. We're getting somewhere now. It's time to chop these trees down. Right, there we go. I'd say we're looking okay on spruce wood. And I'm just going to quickly collect some podzol. And yeah, look who I found. The dogs that I tamed the other episode that I forgot to set up, I found. So this time we're going to make sure to bring them with us. But let's just grab a bit of podzol quickly. Always good to have. And we'll shove that in there. So I'm happy with our wood. We've got our mushroom. And now there's one more biome we need to find. And that's the Pale Gardens. Well, we made it to the Pale Gardens. And I don't like this. This is very creepy. I think, if possible, I'd like to sleep before I do anything. Apart from I can't. There we go. I feel much safer now. So I think before we get some wood, I'm just going to have a quick wander around the actual Pale Gardens. I've not been to one of these biomes yet. They're very stale, aren't they? And what is this block? Pale moss block. Oh, okay. What are these flowers? Closed eye blossom. Well, we'll take a few of them. Right, now, actually for what we came here for. The wood. And we want a fair few stacks of this. So, let's get chopping. You know what? I think that should be enough for now. I'd just like to get a few more saplings, in case we do end up running out. And then we'll begin the really long journey back. So let me shove all the wood in there. That should be plenty, I think. We've got some moss, some hanging moss, carpets, flowers, saplings. There we go, that should do us. Alright, back we go. And we're almost there. So let's land. Oh, and that is our final material we need. So we now have pretty much everything we need to build a medieval town. So the very first thing I want to do is build this bridge. And that is because this is going to be the way that gets me in and out of the medieval town. So grab our shears and let's start by removing this wall. There we go. So now we're going to grab our resources. I'm thinking we'll start off with a stone floor. So if I just grab a few of those, and let's think. I'm going to bring it across 3 this whole way. Channeling my inner bedwater skills here, just like so. And we'll do that again twice. Perfect. And now for the bridge pillars which stick into the river, I'm going to use... Let's have a look. I'll use some wool. I'll use some light grey concrete powder. Some mossy stone brick. And that'll do us, yeah. So I'm just going to have a quick play. And after a bit of trial and error, I've just come up with a simple design like that. And I'm going to do that 5 apart everywhere. So I'm going to do a pillar here. And then I'll just do the exact same on the other side. So let's quickly do some more pillars. For the archway, I'm going to use pure stone bricks. So let's get some stairs. Some slabs. So blocks. Stairs. Slabs. Right, there we go. I can already tell this bridge is coming along. We'll do a line of andesite. And then a line of stone brick. And I think this is looking pretty good. There we go. So I've just added some final touches. I've textured it with a little bit of gravel. So now I'm thinking we'll do a big gate tower. And we'll slowly work our way inwards. I think it's time we get placing some blocks. And let's build this tower. Tell you what, I think we've done a pretty good job. We've got a nice spire, and as you can see with those banners, I've done like a grey triangle to try and get the medieval effect, and I think they've come out awesome, because I'm thinking we could have a little walkway coming round in the future, like a riverside walkway, just before we connect to the houses. In terms of the houses, before I jump into another time lapse, I'm going to grab some stone. Where is it? Here we go. And I'm just going to plan where this walkway is actually going to go, and I've just drawn a rough diagonal shape, which will connect and just see how that comes out. And then I'm thinking we'll do like a little walkway railing. Perfect. And I just want to get some more of these blocks, which I used for the bridge itself. And I'm just going to start building like a rough walkway style, but we best clear some of this grass first actually. There we go. So we've got a little line coming along, and I want to chuck just a little railing on here, and it's going to be a simple job of just placing some stairs diagonally. Perfect. Look at that. Yeah, I like that. Now I'm thinking what we can do here is a row of townhouses, ending with a little dock and another house. So let's clear my inventory, and we're going to start from square one.
This is the song for you.
Right, as you can see, we're starting to get somewhere, and we're slowly just starting to plan out a little interior, nothing fancy. But yeah, we're getting there. We've got a lot more houses to go, but nonetheless. And I put this little bit of stone here because I'm thinking we could do like a little archway in between the buildings before continuing to the docks and other houses. But for now, let's keep building.
This is the song for you. For you. Yes, for sure for you.
Alright, look at this. I think this is awesome. We've done a great job here. I think now the plan is, though, we're going to continue it round the corner and we're going to do like a little castle wall before moving into another gate. Right, so I've done a little outline on where I want this wall to go. And I've got all my resources I need. So I'm just going to make just a basic shape, just coming around. And then I might have another gate here. And we'll continue the wall into the hill, I think. So I'm just going to do just my bog standard design, like I've been doing everywhere else. And I'd say that's probably a good height. And then I'm just going to take my stairs, and I think I'm just going to place some there. And I think I'll just do a line of wool. Perfect. And a trim of stone slabs to finish, I think. But for now, let's quickly do the rest of the walls. Right, awesome. So we've extended the wall round. And I think we need to continue clearing some of this grass out. Because I'd like to do a gatehouse here. And then come along this way a bit. And I might even put like a little house on the top of that wall yet. But we'll get back to that later. For now, I'm just going to temporarily flatten all of this space down. Just so I've got more to work with. Right, there we go. So we've cleared enough space out, and we're not even going to bother collecting half of this grass. I'm just going to patch this cave up quickly, actually. There we go, as I was saying. So now, what we'll do, we'll build the gatehouse and stuff first, and then we'll redo all this terrain around it. I think that'll just be the more logical way of doing it. Like I explained, we'll build the rest of this wall inside, and we'll connect it into the hill. Eventually, we'll end up terraforming that whole hill for the castle. And then we'll do final touches, and we'll clean all this side up. And then we'll slowly work over that way. So let's get all these placed down. Perfect. And let's begin the time lapse.
What?
Right, there we go. As you can see, we've done a lot of terraforming. We got a little sidetrack. I've just cleared all this space now for the future, and I've just smoothed all this out. Obviously, ignoring this bit, but we'll worry about that in the future. I think before I do anything, I would like to repair my shovel real quick. There we go, and that's our shovel fixed. And I'm just going to chop out some of these slabs. I think 5 should be plenty. And we know the drill by now. Stir, stir, stir. Then we'll do slab, slab, slab. Our gates, our signs. And then we'll do the exact same on this side. Alright, looking good. And I want to grab my spruce and do a few beams. And we'll strip all of these. Let's think, we'll chuck some oak logs on. Some oak windows. So we now want to chuck a little roof onto this. And we'll just take all of our stairs with a trim of slabs. There we go, and I've chucked a little window on. And the final thing I'd like to do is just a little chimney here, I think. And for this chimney, we'll just do a very simple design like we normally do. And we'll just chuck away that other brick. But that's perfect. I think that nicely fills just a little gap. And the last thing I'd like to do, just because this walkway looks a little bare still, I'm going to grab some birch and some sandstone and just do a little canopy, like a gazebo style thing you could say. I've actually gone and finished it real quick. As you can see, just a very simple courtyard, a couple of sheds, and inside, just a few little decorations, a railing, which will take us up to the next level, where we'll have houses, a church maybe. I want to focus on getting the outline and the terrain done, and then I know exactly how much space inside I have to work with. Okay, so this side, what do we want to do with this side? I'm thinking something very similar to what we've got going on over there, as in some houses, another tower style structure, and just again slowly transitioning into this actual hill. Oh, okay, so we're back. And as you can see from about a second ago, this place is looking very different. So I realised instead of trying to do the build and then the terrain, I thought it'd be easier to clear the area, do the terrain, and then I know what I'm working with. So I started by doing a little plan with a red line following it along the hill and curving it around. And I think this is where our town wall is going to be. But for now, let's focus on getting this town wall complete. Right, as you can see, we've worked a bit of magic in between our recording sessions. And we've just kind of continued doing what we did over here with like a house and a tower. We've just done that in a couple more corners. So we've got a little one here with a nice little dock and a crane. We've got a full street of houses, and I've just slowly blended it in with a little canopy up here. And I'm thinking maybe we'll end up having like a row of streets which can work down into this nice little workshop. Could be very nice. But for the next task, I've highlighted out here. So I'm thinking the red will just be basic houses, like what we've got going on over here. The magenta, I'm thinking a gatehouse like that. And then the blue, I'm thinking a nice spire, like what we've got going on over here. And then once we've done that, we'll have concluded our outer wall. And then once we've finished the outer wall, we can do the terrain, and then we know exactly how much space we've got to work with. Without further ado, let's jump into this time lapse. Right, look at that. I am buzzing with this. That now means we finished the outer wall, but we're not done yet. We've got a lot to do. I think the plan is now, as you can see here and here, I started terraforming, so I think we're going to bring this just around so we know exactly how much space we've got to work with. And then once we've done the terraform, we can lay out the whole floor and we can plan where we want buildings to go. So I'm just going to spend some time now just digging and just paving a bit of a clear path as to where I want to build. Alright, we're back, and as you can see, we've cleared out exactly how much space we need, and I've just lined where I think I want to put this cliff in green wool, and I have also just prepared a shulker box full of every material we're going to need for this cliff. I think I'm going to start over here, and I'm going to walk through just a little bit about how I do it, and then I'll time-lapse and fly through the rest. So I think I'm going to start by just using purely stone, just to make the basic shapes. And I'm just going to bring it along about that much for now. We'll bring it all up. I'll do that on 3 and then 4. And one of the key things to take into account when building terrain is the fact that because it's terrain, it's natural, so it's not all going to be symmetrical, it's not all going to be perfect. I'm then just going to bring it back a bit and then back out, because we're going to give it like a crack effect. There we go, so we've got something like that going on at the moment. And I'll just grab a bit more stone for now, and I'm going to bring this up 2, 4, 6, and we'll do this one 5, fill them in. There we go, so we're getting somewhere with this, and I'm liking the shape of this. And now the final stage is to just place our grass, and I'm just going to bring this all the way back to the hill to connect. Eventually we'll probably continue this terrain up the hill to the castle, but that's something we can worry about in the future. There we go, so that's the shape complete. Now we need to add some colour to it. And in terms of texturing, I'm going to start with some mossy cobblestone. Apart from I can't reach. And I replace some of this with moss. So we've got something like this going on, which is nice. That blends in perfectly. And I'll just do the same down here. Right, nice. And then the next block we're going to use is some tuff, I think. And we're going to knock out a fair few blocks for this. And the final block we're going to use is andesite. Perfect, look at that. So now we're just going to texture the rest of it super quickly. Perfect. Yeah, that really does the job. Yep, so I'm going to go around now and do it all, and I'm going to colour as I go because I realised that would make much more sense. So let's get building this cliff.
What?
there we go. Our terrain is finished for now. And as you can see, I did like a little monastery style building, just because I couldn't really be bothered doing some terrain there. And as you can see, I brought it out a little bit because I'm thinking that is where the path can go leading up to the castle. So I think the plan is now, I'm going to quickly complete just 2 more townhouses over here and a little street back there. And I'll do a bit of a plan as to where I want the rest of the buildings to go. Alright, so we're back, and as you can see, we've made quite the difference. Up here, I've just done 2 more townhouses and a little street. What is going on up there? And as you can see, I've placed quite a bit of wool. So all this red is going to be townhouses, and where I'd like to build a library, which is going to be one of the most important buildings, as that'll hold our villager. I'm thinking we'll be able to walk around here, little garden, tower, main entrance, where our 1 villager lives. And then obviously around here, the blue, this will be the church. And these dark blue walls are just going to be like walls, maybe like raised areas, I'm not too sure. But I think we're going to start over here. And I think the first thing we're going to do is just kind of our floor and our path. So let's just grab a few stairs. And I'm thinking maybe we'll just do 5 here. Maybe 2 railing right there, 2 railing there. And we'll just start by filling all of this in. And I'm going to leave some valuable space here and in this corner just for some gardens. And we'll just slap a bit of texture in with our gravel. Aye, that's perfect. And now we'll just grab a bit of grass. Perfect. We need to construct the tower and the roof on that side. There we go, so we've done a very basic shape, but it does the job. We'll do a bit of wood, and then a nice little spire on the top of it to finish it off. I'll grab my spruce and some oak, and I think I'm going to do 3 mushroom blocks worth. Perfect. And then I'll just craft. I'll then craft some stairs and some trapdoors. And I'm thinking just a nice little arch shape, finished with a nice little oak railing. Right, let's grab some deep slate, and let's just chuck a quick roof on this. Right, and in terms of the spire, I'm just going to do something very simple. Using our deep slate and dark oak. Finish the spire with 2 blocks, a fence, and a chain. Perfect. Nice, I like that. It just brings a bit of difference to the rest of the buildings. And for the rest of these buildings, I'm just going to do the same as you guessed. Just same style. Mix of these buildings and monastery style, I guess, kind of. Before joining back together and we'll build a nice grand entrance. So let's cue, I guess, the second last time lapse of this medieval town. Right, I'd say we're almost there. Now, I must say, this is looking pretty snazzy. I think the final thing we'll do is the street atmosphere, like the floor and more decorations. Obviously, I've done bits, but for now, I want to work on the grand entrance of this library. So as you can see, I've put just a bit to symbolise that it is the library. But I think for this, I'm going to start by just adding another layer, and then I'll bring it up, say, 4 maybe? Yeah. And I'll grab my andesite stairs, bring them across 2. We'll go again. Let's bring that down 1 actually. There we go. So I think that's a start. I'm now just going to fill in another layer on the back, just for a bit of added depth. That does look a bit weird at the moment. So I think we should take some chiseled stone, place them here, and there, if I can reach. Connect them with some walls maybe. Chuck some slabs in between them. Right, nice. That's already looking better. And we need to try and get these all facing the right direction. Perfect. Surround that in stairs. We'll just bring this up. Put some stone brick stairs on it. Okay, we're getting somewhere. I think we'll finish it off with some more chiseled stone. Some more walls. And I'm just going to put a couple of candles on the top. Let's have a look at this then. Okay, that is awesome. So now I'm just going to quickly do that, well, where I can fit it on the other side, just here. And I'll connect it all with a roof. And then we're all done. Okay. There we go. So that is the library complete. And I'd say that is a job well done. Obviously, we'll come back around to the interior. And I've just realised I've missed 2 campfires. There we go. Now I'm buzzing with that. 1 last building to complete. And it's the church. Right, in terms of this church, I think what we're going to do is we're just going to do a singular segment. And then we'll wrap it round the whole way. And then we'll do 1 major tower. So I think I'm going to start by just doing some simple, I want to say boring shape, but we're going to pretend it's not boring. something like this, and then maybe we'll get some andesite and just pillar it up a little bit. Quick remove stone block stairs, and I think this is where I want to do my window. So I think we'll bring dark oak up a little bit, partnered with some stone brick walls, and we'll probably do that we'll do 6 high. And then we'll bring andesite up on either side, bring the dark oak over, and we'll finish that with a slab. There we go, something like that, and we'll worry about that window later. There we go, I think that looks quite nice. That looks very church-like, which is definitely the goal. So I'm thinking we'll quickly just repeat that the whole way round, following this cyan wool. Alright, much better. Now that is a church if I do say so myself. And I was having a think for these windows, and I've got a stack here of 4 different coloured stained glass, because what I'm thinking is we'll really get the church vibe of stained glass, and I'm just going to place them in no particular order, just along each window.
Right, now you can't tell me that doesn't look awesome.
And for a roof, I don't want to just use the basic deep slate and deep slate bricks. I think I'm going to use purely deep slate tiles. And I think we're just going to do stair, stair block, stair, and we'll just wrap that the whole way round. Right, perfect. We're making swift progress with this church. And I think the final challenge is this main tower. But we are going to have to move that beacon again. Right, this beacon's just getting higher and higher. But I think let's build this final tower. Oh my days, tell me that doesn't look awesome. And as you can see, I have also just quickly chucked in those little blue walk bits that I planned earlier, as I think it adds so much depth to the area. And I've just done another tower, and mate, this looks so good. And as we can see now, the final bit I need to do is the actual floor itself and the street atmosphere. So obviously I'm thinking just round bits like here, just a simple road, and then coming over here, I think maybe a few market stalls could be cool. And maybe a little graveyard around here. There we go, and I've just grabbed every resource I might need to finish these floors. And we'll start off over here, I think. And obviously the first thing we're going to need to do is get rid of all this grass. And we'll just replace this all with mud, I think. Okay, perfect. Alright, so we'll leave it like that for now. We'll come back and do the atmosphere bit later. And I think we're just going to continue the mud all the way down up until here. Perfect. And that already, even without any street atmosphere, just makes it look so much better. Quickly lay down some stone over here. Okay, there we go, and we've done all this side. And we could do with some more lighting, but we'll worry about that in a minute. I have got a little carried away already, and I have built a bit of a graveyard, just whilst the idea was fresh in my mind. And I think it looks awesome. But for now, let's go grab our grass and our leaves, and let's spice this area up. I'm just going to do something very simple, with some leaves and some grass. Here, there, everywhere. And I've got a few materials for a canopy, so we'll do one here. There we go. We'll do one over here. And the final thing I want to add is a few just piles of rubbish just dotted around. And we might do some pots here maybe. And with the rest of the birch from the canopies, I've just built a couple of market stalls. But I think that we're done. And oh my days, does this look awesome. Right, I think we're going to call it a day here. I'm just looking at the duration of the episode, and it's more of a movie than an episode. For those of you who have made it to the end, comment town below. We're just going to quickly destroy this beacon, and then we'll wrap it up.
Before we can even consider building this castle, I've collated all my shulker boxes from the town, and we've got a little issue. As you can see, we're running very low on materials, and we're going to need a lot for this project. So I want to break this into 3 stages, and the first stage is going to be this terrain. And the biggest material we're going to need is moss. And I think it's the easiest process. We're going to make a bit of a moss farm. I'm just going to take an empty shulker box for now. And I think we might finally put this windmill to use. And I'm thinking if we come around the back here and we just dig a little hole, I'm just going to dig out a fairly big space. Perfecto. And we'll just chuck our shulker boxes down for now. The first thing we're going to need to do is get some materials. So we'll need 23 redstone. We're going to need 10 hoppers. Oh, they're cauldrons. Don't want to make them. Need some bone meal and some moss. 4 stacks, which should be enough building blocks wise. And then we need to make our pistons, our observers, and all that rubbish. And we've got some dispensers, some observers, and apparently we need 6 furnaces. And it's probably a good time to mention that the tutorial I'll be following is by a creator called Tabalu622. I hope I've said that right. I'll leave a link down below. But we obviously need some levers, some redstone torches. I'm just making 2 of everything here. We're going to need 7 trapdoors, apparently. There we go. I think that should be everything. And I'm really hoping enough space because I cannot be bothered digging out anymore. But I think it's time we quickly put these materials to use. And we should build a quick moss farm. Hey, there we go. We've got it working. Look at this. This is unlimited moss. And because it just generates its own bone meal, I never need to run about it ever running out. And oh my days, look at that. So I think whilst that's running, we go and get every other resource we need. So we need tough stone, andesite, and mossy cobblestone, which we'll just get by crafting cobblestone with moss. So without further ado, let's get resource gathering. Alright, I'd say that's a pretty good job. And let me know what you thought down below. That jazz music. That was a bit of a different technique for time-lapsing, and I saw that on a good YouTuber called Bars, and I thought, damn, that's pretty cool. But now that we've got our resources, should we build some terrain? We will just quickly clear some space out, just so we know what we're working with. The idea is just to make all this look better, pretty much, and slope up exactly how we want it. And in terms of what we're going to build, I'm going to take a bit of every block for now. And then in terms of this hill, what do I want? Let's bring this up. What I'm doing is just trying to bring along this design, which we've already got going on, and which I kind of talked us through in the last episode. So if you want to know more about what I'm doing and understand why I'm placing what, I'd recommend you checking out my last video. And I'm just using the andesite as weathered block before integrating into stone and tuff, and then mossy cobblestone and moss. I want to say a bit of a gradient, but I don't like that word, so I'm going to use weathering. And we'll just fill the rest of this in with andesite. Okay, yeah, so a shape like that's good for me. I'm happy with that. And we'll follow again the same pattern. Using our stone, our tuff, mossy cobble. Just get all the blocks in here pretty much. And the idea is we're just going to keep bringing it round eventually this whole way, which will time-lapse, I think, because that'll take forever otherwise. And in terms of the backside, we might just slim this down and just integrate it into this hill because, let's be real, it's a back. And nobody looks at the back of a build. But we'll just finish this bit up quickly. There we have it. And I think that looks cracking. So we just need to now bring this the whole way round. And what I'm thinking, because we've already got a bit of a shape here, we're going to leave a bit of an inlet and then bring it round about here so that we can have a path coming from this gate, slowly sloping up to the castle. So with no time to spare, let's build some terrain. Right, okay, well, we're definitely getting somewhere. As you can see, I've kind of just wrapped it up and around, so we'll be able to have a little path. And in bits, as you can see, I have done it slightly short. So I'm thinking we might add, like, a little retaining wall. I think that could be cool. Something similar to what we've got, like the railing down by the river. I think now, I'm just going to quickly flatten this whole top, just so we're ready for a castle.
One eternity later.
Right, well, this is much tidying out, and I've just lit it up because, obviously, a few mobs can spawn. And I've dumped all my resources, prepared my tools. Probably not even worth your time. Probably not even worth my time. I think I'm just going to slope it off, I'm going to be honest. Can't really be bothered. And I know that's no attitude to have, but it's the back. And why focus on the back of terrain when I could focus my attention to a castle? Right, well, we did it. And that was a side quest, which really I should have recorded because that took a lot longer than I thought. As you can see, I've just chopped this whole thing down and I've just pushed the hill back. I've not really done much with it. And spread the forest a little bit more. Hashtag team trees. And then coming around here, I've just absolutely done some super quick terrain. I've not even bothered. And as you can see, I've just brought it back round. Because, let's be real, we're not even going to be looking at it from that direction. This is the only angle we're bothered about. And as you can see, we've got a path coming up and I've just done a bit more smoothing around the top, as to where we can put our castle. So that's the terrain done. I think now I want to work on this path and a bit of a layout for this castle. Because right now, it's just a basic hill. So in terms of this path, we've got a few leftover materials. We'll obviously be able to utilize the stone, andesite, etc. And I'm just going to start by turning some of that into mossy stone bricks. Wall we've got down here. And I'll just take some of that. Let's shove that in there. And we'll place that down. But looking at this riverbed, the last thing we're going to need is some concrete powder. Because that's just an absolute pain. I want to see if I've got any left over. Got a stack and 6 there. Got a few materials here, actually, which I'll take. I've got another stack there. Okay, so we're definitely going to need some more of that. And obviously, the other dreaded block we need is packed mud. Again, we don't have much of. But I was reading some comments. Somebody suggested that I build a little mud farm instead of going all the way to the mangrove, as it turns dirt with water into mud. I might have a look at doing that. We're going to quickly grab some more concrete powder. All right, I've got 3 stacks. That should be enough. Let's start with our wheat. And let's quickly, or should I say painfully, chop this whole field down. All right, there we go. I think that should be enough wheat for now. And that was a lot more effort than I thought. And I'm just going to chuck the rest of these seeds, actually. We'll just dump these up here. Put that all in there. Now this mud farm. I'm going to start by just grabbing some leftover redstone components from the moss farm. We'll just wait for it to go day. Just like that. I think we'll just build it next to our trusty cobblestone farm. Clear a bit of space. And for this tutorial, because I'm a builder and not a redstoner, this is by Il Mango, which I'll leave another link in the bio. We should really start learning how to use redstone. So I need me 2 chests, a hopper, a solid glass, and oh my days, I hate trying to follow tutorials. Super locked in right now. Holy smokes. Wait, what is that? I didn't even know that I could do that. What the flip? Right, and I believe I need to fill them with glass bottles, but we'll worry about that in a second. Right, I think we're getting somewhere, I think. Would help if I placed the right block, though. So I just fill all that with my glass bottles, apparently. I'll put some dirt in here, and I'll put it in my offhand. Alright, well, that doesn't work. Right, I'm actually baffled. Right, we fixed it. It turns out, if you actually listen to the tutorial instead of just watching it, you need a precise amount of glass blocks. But now that we've got this working, I think we'll sit here for a while till we've got maybe about 8 stacks. Alright, we need about 6 more, and then we're done. There we go. Let's go. Fine, I'll come back up here. Take all my wheat. Oh, and there we have it. 8 stacks of packed mud. Perfect. I don't know if that'll be enough, but we'll worry about that again later. Now, we need to build this path and railing. Alright, path-wise, I think we'll start with a mud, and we'll start right about here. Alright, so what I've done, I've just removed the top layer of grass, and put a little path as to where I think I'm going to slowly wrap the wall around. If I just place my mud here, like so, then we'll take our materials for the wall, and we'll knock these path blocks out for now, and we'll just use our resources to build a similar style as to what we did down by the riverbed. We need to make sure we got our water bucket, and our wool, and then we'll just do a layer of our regular powder. I think by having something like that wrapped the whole way down and a nice path will really bring to this castle. Now I've got some andesite walls to just smoothen out these shapes a bit more. And as you can see, when we have a slope increase, I've actually gone and got some jungle slabs. And we'll just add a quick trim. So I think now we're going to blaze through all of this, and then we'll regroup and start to plan this castle. Tell you what, we've only done a small bit so far, but this is already looking awesome. Imagine being able to walk all the way up here to a grand castle. Oh, this is going to look awesome. We have still got a lot of work to do though, so without further ado, let's get back to it. All right, we finished it, and I'd say that is looking good. As you can see, I've just done a little path up here. We can swing round all the way up. I've done a little bit of lighting. We've obviously got the railing the whole way up, and it comes up all the way up to here where we might have a little courtyard before going into the castle. So speaking of castle, before we even bother trying to build anything, let's grab some wool and let's do a little plan. We'll get some magenta for the towers, red for the main hall, and we'll get some cyan for additional parts. So I definitely want a decently sized main tower, which I'm thinking can go somewhere like here. I don't think this is big enough though actually for a grand tower, so let's just make it a bit bigger. Okay, that's much better. We're going to need a big grand hall, which I think maybe can sit here, probably about this big. And we'll just connect all these lines up so we know exactly where we're going. Right, nice. We're getting somewhere. However, we can't just leave it as a tower and a great hall. I'm thinking maybe like a little outing sticking out just up to this part. Nothing major. Just adds a bit more shape. What I'm going to do in areas, I might raise like the back of this terrain slightly. And then what we could do, we could have like another tower just sitting over here. And just so it's not flat on the back, I'm just going to add like another like little shape, I guess. Just add a bit more design to it. Okay, so I'm liking how that's coming out. I think this back bit just needs maybe something sticking out here. And I have actually just chucked in another little thing here. Because then that'll encompass this remaining area for a nice little courtyard. We can just bring the railing round. Cover all this into mud. Grand door here. Tower. And I think by looking at it, the best place to start is we'll just sort this courtyard out. And then we know what height we want to build it at. And then we'll dive right into the Great Hall. And then we'll slowly start working our way around. And I think the first thing I'm going to do is just remove a layer of grass. So we'll just fill this all in with mud. And we're out. I'll just go grab some more quickly, I think. Right, 3 stacks and 15. That should be enough to fill this whole area in. So let's find out. We just need to chuck a railing on like over here. Oh, I've missed some slabs. Much better. Right, there we go. We've chucked a railing in. Right, now that the courtyard's done, we need to start working on the castle. Materials-wise, I've got all of these. Got the shulker boxes down here. And we're just going to go get some more materials. So looking at it, we're going to need sand, gravel. In other words, to make light grey concrete powder. We'll grab some more wool from the sheep farm. We're going to need lots more deep slate. And it might be worth grabbing some more andesite. Alright, so we're back, and we've got plenty of resources. Right, so without further ado, let's jump into another time-lapse and build this great hall. Well, at least half of it. We'll worry about the back later.
This is the song for you.
Oh my days, this is looking awesome already. As you can see, we've got our main hall with a couple of side towers just for a bit of extra shape. And as you can see, I've not done the back to the Great Hall so far. And that's because I was going to flip it, but I don't know how these additional shapes will affect how it looks. So the back is one of the last things we're going to do. I think now we're just going to quickly restock on some of our resources. And then we'll build this kind of outbuilding. And that'll set us up nicely, the 2 towers. And then that'll be the front done. And then we can just come around, finish the back, and the rest is history. Alright, so we're back. And we've gone and got some more materials. We've also spent a fair bit of time at the gold farm, as we've repaired all of our tools and armor to full. Right, now that we're back on the building track, in terms of this outbuilding, what do we want to do with it? I think it's good if we start by removing all this wool and the glowstone. And then I'll just come to maybe over here, and we'll just start to do a little plan. I think we'll have maybe like a little tower here, nothing major. Oh no. Oh no. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. And then if we just have like a normal wall coming up this way. So I think we're just going to start by bringing it along here, do a little archway, and bring the wall the whole way round. So let's just have a quick play with that. Right, we've had a bit of a play. And I tell you what, I quite like this. I have done, as you can see, the full tower. And I think it's pretty cool because that over there is the very first tree we chopped down on our first episode. So being able to look back from where we came to now, I think it's awesome. But yeah, just a little arch, a couple of doorways, which I should probably replace with actual doors. And I was debating whether to do an actual roof, but I might do like another little layer and then the roof again. So let's just have a quick play with that. So let's just have a quick look at that. And I think up here, I'm just going to do something super simple, following the same kind of techniques I've been using elsewhere. And let's think, I'll do this 3 high. Make a couple of these stairs to act as little windows. That's nice. It's just a little window. So let's just quickly repeat that on the other side. There we go. So we've got it on either side now, and I'll just do a trim of slabs with some stairs. Right, yeah, we're starting to get somewhere with this, and I'm liking it. I think we now just need to have a plate with over here. And a plate we have had. Look at that. I am really pleased how this has turned out. And as you can see, I've just added a bit of wood decorations up and around here, just so it'll blend the tower in a little bit nicer. But now, by looking at this, I think it's time for the main towers. But I want to do these differently. I want these to stand out. So I'm thinking for this, I want more of a white palette. So I'm thinking quartz, bone blocks. We've got some mushroom stem, and we've got some smooth sandstone. I just think it'd make it pop and really stand out. As you can see, we've still got a lot of mushroom stem, so that's not a problem. So we need to go and get bone blocks and quartz. Right, so this is going to involve 2 sections. We're going to need to AFK at the skeleton farm for quite a while, and we're going to have to go mining in the Nether for probably quite a long time, to be fair. So with no time to spare, I think we should get mining. Alright, so we've got all the materials we need. All our quartz, bone blocks, sandstone, and some birch. So I think without further ado, let's build this tower. Right, the towers are done, and I think this is really starting to come together. So the last thing we need to do now is this back. For this, I'm thinking, as you can see here, we'll raise the terrain a bit, we'll bring it up and around, and then we'll just do a very simple flip design, but maybe with an additional shape or 2. As you can see, I've just done a little grass and moss as to where I think I want it to go. So we'll just quickly bring this to the ground with some rocks. Right, yeah, there we go. I think we're on the right track here. So I think what we'll do now is we'll just bring it round this whole way to where exactly about I need it. All right, there we go. So we've used the last of our terrain blocks. And as you can see, I've just put a little orange line about where I'm thinking the wall will go. And when I mean I used the last of them, I used every single one of them. Hence why we kind of just abruptly end here. So I think I'm just going to have a quick play with the back. I'm just going to do it very similar to this. And then we'll regroup and then we'll start to work on the interior. So, epic transformation coming in 3, 2, 1, boom. There we go. So the back is officially complete. Hey, but that now means we've finished the whole exterior of our castle. And blimey, this is looking good. But we're not done yet. We've got an interior to do. And we are almost out of every resource. Now, although we're out of almost every resource, we have got a lot of space to work with. So, I'm thinking a big grand hall with a throne, awesome bedroom, dungeon, and maybe, I don't know, a dining room or some storage cabinets or something, just to make this place feel adventurous. Right, so what I've done, as you can see, I've just brought this wall across the exact other side, like what I've done here, and I think we're just going to tidy this back up to bring this along the whole way, just so we know exactly how much space we've got to work with. But it shouldn't be too hard of a task. This will need to get dealt with. Almost there with the floor. Now for the wall. And I've got 4 stacks of concrete powder, and I'm really hoping that'll do us because I don't really want to be using much more. Right, that's looking a lot better. However, my concern is that doesn't blend in. So we're just going to quickly chuck some colour on this. Right, now we're on the right track. We're just going to go and quickly chop some trees. And it's mainly spruce we need. We've got the rest of everything else. Right, that should do us for now. We've got a few saplings if not. Right, I think what we're going to do, we're going to jump into a mini time-lapse. And we're going to prep this building. So that means I'll do all the beams, the floors, the roof. And we'll come back together and do all the decoration and the big throne. Right, we're back. And we've had to end the time-lapse short because we're running very low on the wood and the mud. And now, even though I got some more wood in between the time-lapses, it was still nowhere near enough. So I think the plan is now, I'll go stock up on my resources. I'll get this all finished on either side. I'll do a little balcony, and then we'll get back together. We'll do the roof, and we'll decorate this great hall. Gotta say, this is looking unreal. But we're not done yet. We now need to work on this roof. It's going to be pretty much what we did on the outside. It'll be wall block, wall block. So start off with the wall here. And the block. I'm just going to repeat this all the way to the top until we get to here, where I think we're going to put a line of slabs. But I'll just craft a few of them. Perfect. Let's go get this finished then. Right, that is officially the roof complete. I think now we need to bring up our pillars and put some beams across for a roof support. So let's bring that the whole way up. We'll strip them and put some mud walls there. Right, perfect. And we just need to do the exact same for each one of these now. So that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right, I think we're almost done in here. That's all the shapes done. So I think it's time for some decoration. And I think the very first thing we just have to start with is a big carpet leading up to the throne. So I think we're due a visit to the sheep farm. Plenty of cyan and 2 stacks of white. And I've also got a stack of glowstone in my inventory because we'll put that under the carpet for a bit of better lighting. I think the easiest way to do this is starting by just removing a line going all the way up here and refilling that glowstone. I'm thinking a nice white trim down one side, and then we'll fill the rest in with cyan. And I'm doing this because it matches the banners we've got all around the village. All right, nice, nice. Right then, banner-wise, I'm thinking, what if I did a little chain shape like that and put a banner there, there, and then cyan carpet there. How does that look? Oh, I like that. And then we'll do that on each one. Right, and as you can see from my hotbar, here with the next set of blocks, I'm thinking anvil, 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 anvil. Which we'll put 3 high leaves on top of all of them. Yes, 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 we're really getting somewhere now. And then we'll just do like little bookshelves maybe here. And I know, although we saw before, I'm rubbish at redstone. What if like I took a book out of there and it opened like the door to the dungeon? That could be something cool. Right, hoppers and lanterns. Just want to do like a simple design, apart from you can't place lanterns on hoppers. That has ruined my plan drastically. Right, next idea, I've got chains. Right, nice. We'll find out at night if these lights actually do anything. I mean, yeah, they definitely add something to this place. And wow, this is looking so good. So I think the final thing we need to do, in this bit at least, down here, is the throne. And then I think in here, we'll have the door to the tower, maybe like an organ. And you might ask, why an organ? Well, who doesn't fancy awesome music whilst walking to the throne? Right, what block do I want to use for the throne? That is the question. I'm thinking dark oak. It's got to be dark oak. How's this looking? Now that is grand if I do say so myself. Holy, this could be one of the coolest castles I've ever seen. As you can see, I've just chucked on painting above it, and I thought, let's flex some gold, so that is the throne room complete. I think we're going to have a little play with the entrance and the upper floor, and then we'll come back together and we'll start to work on the tower. Right, we're finally done. Now, are you ready to see this? So we walk in, and we've got a grand organ. The professional music player from the town to come and play. Another little painting. Obviously, our door, which will lead to our main tower. Whoa. Obviously, we've already seen all this. Just bookshelves and lanterns. And then up here, I've just done a few more bookshelves. Some custom paintings. A few seats. An awesome lighting trick, which is like a little candlestick with some lighting rods. And then as we come up here, we've got a little corner and another door which will lead to the tower and our balcony. And I am so happy with this, and we've still got so much to do. Let's just take a minute to admire this. I could sit here all day. Right, but we can't chill until we're done, and we have got this to do. Before this tower, I'm thinking what we'll do, we'll run up like another maybe pillar in the middle, and then we'll have a spiral staircase coming the whole way along. Probably out of spruce again, so I think we've got a bit more spruce. Yeah, we've got plenty for what we need. We obviously need to chop all of this out. There goes all the scaffolding come flying down. I think we've missed a block up there. We'll just replace all this with our spruce. Perfect. And I'm just going to go grab me bone blocks, actually. I'm just going to bring that the whole way down. I've still got loads, which is good. All right, there we go. We've got 2 little archways coming into here. Now we're obviously going to need to find the middle, which I think is here. Yep. Instead, we're going to go for a Harry Potter theme. And what I mean by that, we're going to have a big staircase, and we'll be able to see the whole way down. And we're just going to have to do this for a fair while, I think. And I think we'll just do this. I think we'll do 2 the whole way up. And we just need to keep going up, and up, and up. And we just need to keep going all the way till we get to the top. Hey, there we go. Now that is already starting to look good. So I think now we're going to come along and add maybe like a little railing or something. Right, that's finally done. So I think the final thing I'll do is just add a little bit more decoration. Right, we've finished. We've just added a few leaves and just a pretty basic interior down here. And as we come through here, we've just got a tiny little corridor just to pass through to the main hall. But I think this interior is really starting to come along now. To finish this tower, we just need to work on up here. Right, so we've just got started on something here. We're going to need some carpets. And what I also want to do is make like a little, I don't know, like even just a trapdoor or something, which means I can just fly straight to the top of the tower and get to my bed. Even just, you know what, I'll do it as simple as that. I'll chuck them walls down there. Nice, nice. Oh, we can only just survive that fall. We'll get some cyan wool for our carpet. Got some glowstone. Right, this is the moment of truth. How good is our accuracy? Oh, look at that. Let's put our bookshelves here. And I think our bedroom's done. And yes, it's a very simple design, but it really does the job. Right, now down here. I mean, this place definitely needs some light. That needs covering up. I think it's going to be more of like a storage kind of... somewhere where I can put all my shulker boxes and things like that. All right, nice, nice, nice. And then we'll bring those up. Like so. Right, there we go. So I think now we're just going to go get the rest of our shulker boxes and we'll move some of them there. All right, I like that. We will just chuck some carpets on there. I know we can't open them, but that's fine. We've got our little gold corner. I think the last thing is maybe a painting. Tell you what, there you go. And I think with this and our bedroom up here, we might be done with the tower. That means we've got one room left. That's the dungeon. And if you got this far, I want you to pause the video, go down into the comments and type castle. I've just gone for a wander and I've just found this little space and I'm thinking, what if we did like a little map room? There we go. How's that? Just a tiny little room. We've got a map of what we've got. Tell you what, it does look good on a map. And it definitely points out what areas we still need to work on. Like over here, here, and here. Back for the final task, and that's the dungeon. And we've got one bit of space left. I want to use this as a staircase down. So that we can use... Whoa! It's not going to be a dungeon too big. I'm thinking maybe a couple of cells or something. And well, you might ask Jack, why are we building a dungeon? This is why. I've caught this maniac trying to steal my blocks too many times. And in fact, before we subdue him into a lifetime of darkness, I think we need to give him a name. And I think we're going to call him Rob. And I think that's a fitting name for Rob because he does rob all of our blocks. I've decided I'm going to build it in the cliffside because I was thinking, why would you make the criminal trek through the whole throne room, come to the cell? They do not deserve that kind of treatment. Right, I think that'll do for a little entrance. Now, what do we want to do here? I think we'll have like a little row coming down, a little L shape, and we'll just have a few cells. And we've just had a quick demo just to work out how much space we've got. And I think we're going to do a tough block floor with some stone blocks. And as you can see, we're going to dig out into this hill a little bit. Just because we can. Just to meet up with this line here. And we want this dungeon to feel eerie and scary. So we're going to use things like redstone torches. We'll fill in the floor. Right, nice, nice. Now we need to do a wall. And we also need to work out how high we can go. I'm just going to grab some more blocks similar to this. I think we're going to take these 3 blocks and then just some stone. Right, that should be plenty. We'll just start over in this corner. And we want to use a lot of texturing to give the rundown vibe. And we'll do it 5 high, I think. Nice bit of weathering. Using all of our blocks all the way up till stone. Okay, yeah, that's perfect. I like that. And we'll come back and we'll texture the floor later. Because I've grabbed some tuff and some other similar blocks. But we're just going to repeat this the whole way around now. Right, we're definitely getting somewhere with this. This is looking nice. We now just need some cells and then some decoration. All before this evil being gets locked away forever. Right, this is looking good. Right, we just need to figure out a way to actually get into these cells, because right now, I'm just walking in and out. And I've also realized I've left a big opening here. There we go, that's one fixed. Now, I've had an idea about how we can do this. We just need to push this back. Right, we're really starting to get somewhere now. I think we're going to decorate these cells. I think we'll have a little desk here, and that could be like where the chief of the dungeon sits. And I think for each of these cells, we'll have a bed, barrel, cauldron, get some mushrooms growing on the ground. You know what? I don't even think they deserve a barrel. And we just need to do that with each one. Right, this is perfect. We're almost ready to move Robin. We just need to do a few final decorations. And then we're ready. Right, we've finished. All we've done is we've added a little desk for the warden. A bit of blood on the floor. And, well, we don't need to worry about that. So now, let's move Robin. Once we've moved Robin, our castle's safe, and it's complete. There you go. You best make yourself at home. Hey, don't be angry at me. You're the one who committed the crime. I'll see you later, pal. But there we go. We're done. And oh my days, our sugarcane farm has been working well. And even though my inventory's full, we'll still make as many fireworks as possible. But I think for the mining village, we're going to do it around here. I think we're going to bring out some cliffs, make some flat space, do a bit of terrain, a quarry maybe, creating space for plenty of villager houses and mineshaft entrances. I think first of all, we're going to create the terrain, because right now, due to the steepness of this hill, it's going to be really difficult to build some houses. I think by looking at this place though, we need to just chop down a few of these trees first of all. Right, there we go. That's much better. We've got plenty of wood now, and we've got a nice empty canvas to work on. I'm just going to dump that over here for now. So now, if we're starting with the terrain, we're going to need some resources. And I want to do a very similar design to what I've got going on here in terms of blockiness. However, instead of using moss, I think we're going to work our way up the concrete, terracotta, and coarse dirt. So, we know the drill by now. We need to go find some resources. And I know for a fact we should have some from earlier episodes. That's a great start already. Even better. So we've got stone, andesite, a little bit of dirt. I know for a fact we'll have dirt somewhere else. And we've got some light grey concrete. So we need light grey terracotta and gravel so we can make coarse dirt. I think we'll fly straight over to the mesa to begin with. There we go. And I think we're just going to get mining.
A few moments later.
Right, that should do us plenty because bearing in mind we're only using it for colouring. And I want to say you can dye terracotta, but I can't remember, so we've grabbed it anyway. So now we just need to find a bit of gravel. Oh, there we go, that's convenient. And coarse dirt, we need a lot of coarse dirt, which means we need a lot of gravel. Aye, that should be enough for us. So we'll shove our terracotta in there. And I'm just going to grab a little bit of light grey dye from these flowers in hopes that I can dye this other terracotta. Okay, you can't. Well, great. But we just need to grab a bit of dirt and then we can convert it all into coarse dirt. And I know just where to find some dirt. There we go. You can always trust this area. So we should have all the basic resources we need now to do some cliffs. And I think we might start with a big one down here. Waterfall running down into there. Eventually, we'll blend this all back into the forest. We'll have a few additional cliffs, which will set us up nicely for our mine. Right. I think it's time we put these blocks to use. Alright, as you can see, we're making great progress, and I'm very happy with how this is looking. As you can see, unlike over there, where we've gone for a nice lush effect, we've kind of gone for a dirty vibe, and that's kind of to match just the working mines. I think the plan is now, I'm going to gather a few more materials, and I'm going to come up here, and I'll just finish off this area by finishing the terrain. And as you can see by my hotbar, I've got some saplings, so I will, whilst I'm at it, just replant some trees, and then we'll regroup and we'll sort this river out because it could just do with a bit of water. All right, there we go. We finished this area, which means we have now completed all the terrain. And I am getting sick of all these endermen. They just keep picking up me blocks. Really? It's going to look so much better when we've got houses, mine shafts, cranes, And we've exhausted all our materials. And we put the rest back. So now we've got 4 empty shulker boxes ready to build a village. But first, actually, we need to deal with this waterfall. Right, as you can see, I've got some seagrass and some water buckets. So I'm just going to start by making an infinite water source, I think. And then we're just going to keep on placing all this water on every single block. Something like that. There we go. This is already starting to look good. We just need to keep on bringing it down. And that is looking awesome. I like that. So now we're just going to go in and quickly place some of our seagrass. Just here, there, and everywhere. Right, perfect. So now that we've got the terrain done, I'm going to go grab some wool and we're going to plan out where we want some buildings and some mine shafts. I'll grab some red wool for this. And I think we'll start around here. Let's think. Thinking maybe like a little house down here. I think a little watchtower here could be cool. And then maybe we could have a bridge somewhere around here. We'll do another house here. I think I'm going to play one into the cliff over here. Get one here. Right, there we go. I don't want to do too many because I'm cautious. I want to leave plenty of space for things like cranes, mineshaft entrances, and much more. So I think now that we've got a few basic shapes, I think we're going to go grab our wood and we're going to get building, I think. Apart from I can't get through my door. Right, and I'm after deep slate and spruce, really. There we go. That's the shulker box I'm after. But we do need some deep slate, so I'm just going to grab a shulker box. And I would say bob to the mine, apart from we can't. Right, we're back. And I think we're just going to get digging down here for a bit. And I want cobbled deep slate, so I need to make sure I've got my fortune pickaxe out. Right, so we're back and we've got all of our deep slate. We've got some more spruce logs and I've just got a few mud brick walls. And I've got my oak over here. And by combining the materials I've got, I think we'll be able to do a few nice little houses. And then we'll be able to build proper mine shafts, which lead us directly to where we need to go. Let's grab our shulker boxes and let's head down here to do a quick trial with a little house. Right, so I think I'll start off with my oak logs. I'm thinking we'll add like a base support here. And then I'll grab some spruce. And I'll do another outline. There we go. I'm thinking a super simple shape like that. Then I'll grab some mud walls. And I'm just going to add them on each corner. Okay, nice, nice. I think if we're going to have a bridge here, we'll do like a door. Probably right about there. And I'm also going to put something there, which we can have another door. I'm just going to chuck a quick roof on it now. Right, nice. We're starting to get somewhere. We'll put our fence gates there. And we'll repair the barrel we accidentally broke. I mean, it's very simple, but it does the job. So I think we're just going to quickly come inside. And I think we're just going to do a quick interior. There we go. Much better. That's our first little house complete. And eventually we're going to link it all up with paths. Like I said, bridges. I think the plan is now we'll jump into a time lapse and we'll start cracking on with some of these buildings. And then we can come back together. We can do things like paths and the scaffolds. And then we can set up the quarry by doing the mine shafts and the cranes. So let me grab some more materials. And I think we're going to get started with this watchtower.
This is the song for you.
Alright, so we're back, and as you can see, it's looking very nice. We've got a fair few houses coming along, each with just very simple interiors, nothing special. And I've also, as you can see, positioned where I want to put each of my mine shafts. So for example, I'll have a mine shaft here, with elevators leading down to redstone level, this one to diamond level, and we've got iron down there, coal and gold. Before I touch the mine shafts, I think I'm just going to work on adding some path and some scaffolding, just so you can get around this place easily. Because obviously, all these miners, they don't all have elytras. So I think we're just going to get some mud quickly. So craft all that into packed mud. And then we just need to grow this tree. There we go. So we just need to chop this down. And that's definitely plenty of jungle wood. So I just need to think whereabouts I want this path. So let's make some jungle slabs and some jungle stairs. And then let's think where we want to put this path. But obviously we need to link this bridge up. And I think I'll bring this down the whole way. This is where I'll get my stairs. Perfect. We've got a path coming up this way. I'll connect it up here as well. And something like this going down here works. And as you can see, I've done something here because I'm thinking maybe we'll get like a little platform and our scaffolds going down to the mine shaft there. There we go. These paths alone just bring so much more to this place. I think what I want to do, I want to add some just scaffolds. Make it look more worked on. So it just means like building up simple ladders, things like that. So I have got some spruce left, which is good, and plenty of wood. If I just convert all this into sticks and then make plenty of fences and plenty of fence gates, then some slabs and some trapdoors. We'll start with that. We'll build one together and then I'll jump into a time lapse. I'm going to start by bringing this fence all the way up to my desired height, and I'll place me No, I made pressure plates, not trapdoors. Oh my days. Let's try that again. Trapdoor there. And I think I'll end up bringing my trapdoor down, say this far maybe. And we'll wrap it around, connecting it to here. And then this thing needs some supports. So we'll do fence pillar, another fence pillar. And then using fence gates, I'm going to just bring some beams across. There we go. Something like that's nice, but it looks so much better. There we go. So we're getting somewhere. And I've just got some ladders. And I'm just going to place them just so that I can walk along all of our scaffolding. And I think by having this scaffolding everywhere, it just makes it look a lot more worked on. But I've got the resources. We just need to build. There we go. I think this just looks so much better, and it adds just so much more detail to our cliffs. The final thing I want to do in terms of this is build a crane up here. Nothing special. Just a simple thing that pulleys down to maybe like a little mine shaft there. So here is how to build a medieval crane. First things first, we want to build the base wheel shape. Using our oak stairs and trapdoors, we're going to make a circular frame. We're then going to put a directional oak log in the middle, followed by connecting it with fences and fence gates. We then need to build the support. So I'm going to place a spruce slab, followed by a plank on the log. I'm then going to place another slab, followed by 2 more slabs. And then a final upward slab with a stair facing outwards, followed by 1 final diagonal slab. So I'm going to place a trapdoor on the stair, a trapdoor under this slab. I'm going to bring my stairs the whole way down, connecting with 2 more slabs, like so. Then want to grab some signs and put them on the plank and this slab. And with the remainder of the signs, simply surround your top slab. And using your fences, feel free to build a simple support there. To add a little base, this is completely optional. But I'm just going to build a little platform out here. And then for the crane itself, we're just going to bring this fence the whole way down until whatever height you want. I'm going to surround it in trapdoors and close them all and finish it by putting 1 on the bottom. And there we go. We've got a nice medieval crane. So with the scaffolds and the crane being done, that means we've finished the main structures of the mining village. We now need to create the main reason we're building this mining village, and that is the mine shafts. Right, so for the mine shafts, I'm thinking a very simple design. Something like that. I think that's plenty and it does the job. I'm just going to dig a bit of a corridor as if it's actually leading somewhere. And I'll actually widen it up just 1 more. Right, I think we're getting somewhere. Like I said, it's just a very simple design. It's nothing fancy. We need to make a floor for this. That's a start. All right, nice, nice. I've just blended it in with a little gradient. There we go, little update. Just got a nice little cozy area. And as you can see, we've got 2 little holes in which we need to now dig down to the perfect redstone Y level. And that is Y minus 59. There we go, Y level minus 59. And then we just need to dig this whole side down as well. All right, we're back. And we've prepped 2 nice big holes. As you can see, we've got 1 for going up and 1 for coming down. So we now just need to deal with this water on this side specifically. Got my water. So now I just need to go to the bottom and kelp it all up. Uh-oh. Well, that wasn't a part of the plan. Let's just say I'm glad I'm not playing hardcore. Right, let's try this again. And one thing I noticed whilst walking over here is we're definitely going to need to link this place up with the rest of the village. So I'm thinking we might utilize some of this space before we end the video. And just create like a little path or just something. So I don't know how I'm going to do this. Might try and MLG all the way down to the chest and place the water in time. No! Right, let's try that again. And I've just realised, I don't even know why I had to jump down and try and MLG. I could just swim down. Big brain moment. Right, we're okay. We're okay. And I won't be jumping down there again. There we go. Let's get that placed. And I've somehow managed to mess this up. Right, let's help this bad boy up. There we go. So we just need to destroy the kelp from the bottom. And thankfully, I've placed water down here now. And it works, which is always good. There we go. So we should be able to... There we go. So I think now the plan is... I'm going to do this exact same style on each of my other mine shafts. Like my diamond, my gold, my iron. And then we're going to come back together and we're going to give this place some more life. So I'll start by maybe adding some pile of redstone in this one, for example. Redstone blocks. Diamonds in that one. And then we'll just add some like pots, some chests, just some stuff to make it more active. Well, this is not what I expected to stumble across, but I think what I want to do, I want to swoop in, get every single chest I can, and be as quick as possible without alerting the warden. So let's try this. And I'm just going to grab whatever I think looks pretty cool. Well, that's not good. So dark. Oh, Swift Sneak 3. I'll take that. That is definitely worth everything that's about to happen to me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Warden. 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 Oh my days. I don't like this. I do not like this. I've already died once this episode. I do not want to die again. And it's coming this way. Oh my gosh. I think let's just pretend we've never seen that and just continue quickly looting and then we can get out of here. Ooh. Silence armor trim. I'll say that. It is about time we spice up our costume. Now, I want to try hit up a few more chests before I have to get out of here. Without spawning another warden! Oh my days. Oh my days. Oh my days. Oh. I actually hate this place so much. New idea. I might get out of it and get back to building. I'm just going to dump what we found in here for now. And I will return to that later because I want to do something with that, definitely. But for now, we've got a couple more of these to build. Right, so we're back. And as you can see, we've done every single mine shaft. And as I mentioned earlier, all this place is missing now is a bit of decoration. So I think I'm going to grab some pots, chests and things from over there. And then we're going to dive into the mines and just get a bit of each resource. So we can put some redstone ore, some blocks, etc. So I'm thinking we'll just go and grab all of our street decorations. Alright, there we go. So we should have everything we need. And I'm not going to do any particular order to this. It just makes all the difference, I think. I don't want to overdo it. That's a key thing. And we're starting to get somewhere now. I think later on I will put a few trees around here as well. There we go. That makes all the difference. So now what I'm thinking is I'm going to do some work on the mine shafts. And by that, I mean I want to utilize what we've got. And I'm going to just start to get a bit of every resource. And I know I've already got bits back at home. So we'll go and grab them, and then we'll head to the mines and get a bit of everything. And then we can just do a few piles of the materials. Because, for example, outside the diamond mine, I'd love like a little pile of diamond blocks or diamond ore or something. Just as if it's actively being worked on. Right, so we're back, and we've put our mines to use. And we've got a few bits. Maybe not as much as I'd like, but I know for a fact that we've got some over here because I've already organized our iron and coal. So here's our iron and coal that I've prepared. And I would just like to find the rest of my valuables. And I'm certain actually they're still in the starter house. Here we go. So we've got more diamond, more gold, more iron, even more iron, a lot of gold, plenty of gold. And I think I'm going to save some of that gold in that chest because I'd like to do a beacon, like a little on and off one. So when I'm mining, I can switch it on and I get haste. And before I forget, I'm just going to grab some materials which are in a similar color to each resource. And you'll see why very shortly. There we go. So we've got a bit of each. And that is so I can do things like half blocks, buttons, pressure plates, stuff like that, just so I can get a bit more shape in my ores. Start by making a fair few redstone blocks. And I'll start with like a miniature pile here with a mangrove slab there. Perfect. And then coming in here, we'll get a little bit of ore going on. We'll kind of make it hard to walk past a bit. And I'm actually just going to grab a few deep stone slabs just so I can shape them a little bit better. There we go. I'm liking this. So the final thing I want to do for redstone is a few buttons and a couple pressure plates just to further spread out what we've got going on. All right, there we go. That's redstone done. That's diamond done. That's gold, coal, and last but not least, we've got iron. So there we go. We're done. And this is really starting to come together nicely. But I think the final thing I want to do with this, because it's quite an empty space, so I'm thinking I might turn where we've got grass into like a little pond, maybe where they fish for food, And then we need to find somewhere for a beacon. And I'm thinking here is the perfect spot, really. Right, I think for the pond, I'm just going to grab my resources that I used for the lake. And that's my mud and seagrass. If I can find it, that is. There we go. And I've still got plenty of spruce over there, which is good. And I could just do with my beacon and my gold. Right, so I think we're just going to take this exact shape that we've got in grass and just mine a little hole here. And I might just grab some mossy cobble stairs or something afterwards just to smoothen this shape out a little more. And we just need to lower it down a few levels. And I'll do it layer by layer. I'm just going to use my mud. It's only going to be a very shallow pond. There we go. I think something like that's shallow enough. And I've just chucked on some mossy cobblestone stairs just to improve the shape a little bit. So now we need to fill this with water. There we go. I think that just makes a load of difference and it just fills a bit of space. So I'm now going to chuck just my bit of seagrass. Perfect. Right, so that's that done. And then for the beacon, I think I'm just going to pick a spot around here. And we'll dig a fair bit down. I think that's far enough. And then we just need to turn all this into our beacon. There we go. And then if we place our beacon, and we'll put haste on that, that should mean this whole place will have haste no matter what mine I'm in now. So I think the final thing I want to do now is like a little switch so that this beam isn't always visible. And I simply need a sticky piston and a lever, so it shouldn't be too difficult. I know for a fact we've got slime balls somewhere. Right, there we go. So we've got our sticky piston, our block, our lever, and redstone. And you are about to watch some genius redstone. Well, let's think. If we want the block there, and we are going to have to cover this up with something, so I'll take some mossy stone bricks for now. Just pretend that's like that. Let's clear the canvas for the genius. Let's have a look. There we go. That works. But I don't know why that's not sticking. Oh, you're joking. Let's try it with grass. There we go. Oh, look at that. That is just gorgeous. Well, let's just patch this back up. And then we just need to build something here to hide this redstone. I'm thinking a statue. I was scrolling through Instagram the other day and I saw this really old post from Gold Robin. And it was just this pretty cool, like, villager statue with a crown. So I think I'm going to do something like that. So credit to Gold Robin. I'll leave a link down below. And let's build this statue. That is just beautiful. The final thing I need to do this episode is just link it up to the rest of the kingdom. So I'll just run a little path coming through here. I'll chop down some of these trees and connect it to probably around here. And then we might chuck some custom trees or just a bit of terrain. I'm not too sure. As you can see, I've had a bit of update and I got bored off camera. And I've terraformed this whole area. I chopped down all the trees and I've just tidied it up to plan out where I want my path. And as you can see, we've done a few more custom trees, blending the forest in. Just means I know exactly where I want my path and it leads to potential future other projects. So now we need to turn this into a functional path which leads back down to the bridge. And then once we've done this path, we are done. Right, so I've assembled all the blocks I need for the path. And I'm going to start with my mud. And I've just thought, I forgot my jungle. And I want to make a mixture of stairs and slab. Perfect. And I think I'll start up here. And we're just going to bring some stairs down a little bit. And we'll chuck our mud in. Just keep bringing it along here. I'm not doing any strict pattern anymore. I'm just kind of freestyling it. And we can fill all this in. Right, we're getting somewhere. Some of this shape definitely needs a bit of a touch-up like, but... Alright, there we go. That's looking nice. It links all the way back to the bridge. So now, I'm just going to chuck some slabs on and some stairs. Right, perfect. We're almost finished. We just need to chuck on our bit of colouring and then some path lighting. So let's grab our coaster and mossy cobble. Right, that is looking so much better. I think there's just one final thing I want to do, and that's round here. Right, there we go. Can you spot the difference? For those of you that can't, well, I've built some custom trees. So that should mean we're finished with the place. Let's just take a look from afar. Oh my days, that does look good. We start off on our bridge and we come up along the path up to the town where we've got a variety of different houses, each with their own speciality. For example, this one's bunk beds. We've got all of our mines, which lead to the designated Y levels. We've got a beacon which toggles, a crane, more houses. I'm very pleased with this. I think we've done a great job. I think today we need to work on this area because right now we've got villages, we've got farms, we've got stone generation, but we need proper wood generation. So I want to build a tree farm and a lumber mill. And then from the tree farm, we'll have everything we need build our final project up here. But I think what I want to do for this, I want to maybe terraform this area a little bit. We'll have like a little mill, a bit of a chopped down tree area, maybe a couple village houses around here, coming down this street, all leading down underground to our massive automatic tree farm. So the very first thing we need to do before we can even do anything up here is deal with the tree farm itself. And because it's such an ugly farm, I think I'm going to do what I did with my sugarcane farm, and I'll dig a big hole underground. And I'm thinking maybe about here. And we'll dig fairly deep so we know we'd have plenty of space to work with. That's always good. And I think that should be deep enough. I guess we'll find out the hard way. And we're going to need a 15 by 15 area. Right, there we go. So something like this I think will be enough space. I might just extend it a bit more just to be on the safe side. However, now we just need to take this the whole way up. And I think first things first, I'm just going to grab a beacon. Right, let's get this placed. And then we just need to place our beacon, place that there. Haste 2, and there we go. And it definitely works. So now we just need to dig this hole out all the way to the top. Right, so I've dug my hole, but I've got a bit of a problem. It's not actually deep enough, and it's all water down here, which means we're going to have to either fill in all the water or get some sponges or something. So I think I'm going to use what little stone I've saved, even though there's loads more here, and I'm just going to pillar down to where I need to. And then once we've done this, I think I'll head to an ocean, maybe try and find like a monument or something, and kill the only boss that I've not done yet, which is the Elder Guardian, and get some sponges. All right, there we go. This is so much better. So I think the plan is now then, like I said, I'm just going to quickly repair my pickaxe, and then we are going to head to the ocean and find a monument. We need to try to get out of here first. All right, and let's get this pickaxe repaired. So we hit our dummy, and the rest is history. We're almost there. We might as well do the rest of our tools, to be fair, whilst we're here. And just for the shovel, and just for the axe now. There we go. That's everything. So let's go find this monument. We just need to fly around the ocean just until we can find a monument. And it's quite a big ocean, this one, so I'm hoping we'll find one.
One eternity later.
There we go. We've got eyes on the prize. All right, here goes nothing, and we've already got mana fatigue. Right, let's find that Elder Guardian. Wow, it's been a while since I've been in one of these. Oh, I found it. Probably should have put a chest plate on for this, actually. And we're almost out of oxygen. Thankfully, I brought a couple of doors that I can't mine. I didn't think about that. Where is he? That's one, and we've got a singular sponge and an armor trim. That's one sponge. However, I need a lot more than one, and I have got no clue where I'm going. Oh, I found one. I'd have thought these would be a bit harder to kill, I'm going to be honest, but I'm not complaining. That's a second sponge, and now I have no idea where this third one is or how to get to it. Oh, wait, is that it? There we go, there's the third. And now I thought there was meant to be a sponge room somewhere, so we're going to defeat this, and then we're going to have a look for the sponge room. Oh my god, that's if we don't die. It's swimming away, it's scared of me, it's scared of me. Or maybe it's on my knockback, actually. Right, let's get it over with. There we go. And part of me wishes I came more prepared and brought some milk, but oh well. We now just need to swim around until we can find the sponge room. Why are these places so confusing? Ooh, our miner fatigue's gone, so now we can just start making shortcuts. Not that way, though. Ooh. There we go. Let's take all of these. Let's get these sponges, then let's get out of here. Right. Let's get out of here. Oh, very quickly because we're about to die. Oh, close call. So, as far as I'm aware, I think I can just place these sponges in the nether and it just dries them out instantly. So, let's give this a shot. Oh, it works. That's pretty cool. There we go, 29 dry sponges. So, let's go put these to use, and then we just need to keep repeating this process until all this water is down there. Right, this is looking much better. So we've got a big enough hole now. So we just need to put a tree farm in here. So I'm going to go grab an empty shulker box and let's get some materials. Right, we've got 2, which should be plenty. And I'm hoping we should have most of these materials just from past projects. So let's have a look. We'll start with our building blocks. So let's get some scaffold. We'll grab some wood, a couple of redstone torches and some cobblestone. We'll take this quartz because we're going to need to make some stuff with that. But let's have a look. What can we make? We can make some repeaters and we need 5 of them. We need 5 observers. Let me just find some iron. And we need a few pistons, 3 to be exact. 2 pieces of obsidian. There's 1 there and 1 there. A few signs. There we go. So that's pretty much everything we need. I'm just going to collect the final few pieces and then we'll get started. Right, so we're back, and as you can see, we've built the farm, and I'm going to be honest, that was one of the most painful farms I think I've built yet. So as you can see, we've got a TNT duper, which drops down and chops our trees down for us. So if we come down here, I've got a little elevator. We've got the world's worst interior. We've got our switches, so if I turn it on, I'll grab some oak saplings. Theoretically, if I just click really quickly, oh, it works like a charm. I can feel the wood flowing in already. At least we know it works, so I'm going to dump all that back in there for now. And that in there. So I think the plan is now I'm going to AFK at this for a little bit and then we'll regroup and we will deal with up here. Right, so we're back and as you can see, it definitely works. We've got plenty of oak, spruce, birch, and there's even more coming through now. So I'll just take 3 of each for now because I want to start working on up here. I think the first thing we're going to do is flatten this whole place out, definitely cover that up, and then we'll build like a lumber mill, a couple of houses maybe, and just decorate this whole area. Right then, so I think the plan for this is we're just going to start by taking out this whole hill. And we'll probably layer it down to about maybe this level. And then we'll just restart because, yeah, this is a big problem. So let's put our shovel to use. Right, as you can see, we're making swift progress. I think we're just going to finish this bit up, and then we're going to jump into a time lapse, and I think we're going to start smoothing it out and see where we get to, and then I might end up taking out some more of this hill. Yeah, I think that might be necessary. But yeah, let's just get into our little terraforming time lapse. Right, so we're back and we've finished, and I am an idiot. I've gone to end my time lapse. And I've just realised I didn't even start, so that's a bit of a pain. As you can see, we've just sloped it round, nothing too special, and it just gives us a nice empty canvas to work with. And it's a lot better than what we had. So I think the plan is now to just remove that beacon, and then we can get working on a main structure. I'm thinking we'll have like a structure about here, and then maybe like a secret like little rock or something hiding this entrance. Be a tent, some chopped down trees, and then maybe like coming over this way, we'll have like a few houses where the lumberjacks might live. I'm just going to dump my inventory and I am going to remove that beacon. I know I can't bring the video back, but the best I can do is provide a nice video of the grass growing. Right, so I think the plan is now, we've got this bright and vibrant green space, but it's empty. So we're going to first run a path down and I'm going to plan where I want some buildings. So let's clear my inventory. And for the path, we're going to use the same materials. So we need some coarse dirt, some packed mud, and some mossy cobble. So we need some wheat, we need some mud, coarse dirt, and some mossy cobblestone. And by crafting those materials into some pack mod, we should have everything we need for the path. I think we're just going to run it along down here, and then we just need to fill it all in with our mud. And I think that shape works nice enough. Then we just need to chuck our mossy cobble and coarse dirt on. So that's our coarse dirt on, and we just need to chuck some mossy cobblestone on now. Right, there we go. So we've got a nice little initial path, and I'm thinking we'll just be able to put a few stairs leading up to our lumber mill. If I just dump all these materials in here, and I'll grab some for our lumber mill, then we're just going to jump into a time lapse, and we're going to get the basic structure done. Right, so we're back, and we finished our little sawmill. The only thing we're missing is a bit of an interior, so we're going to do that. As you can see, I've kind of just hidden the entrance to the tree farm behind some pots. And as we come inside, we've kind of got like a little balcony overlooking our tree farm, which I think is pretty cool. I have just changed the blocks so it looks cool. I think as soon as I've got them in my inventory, I'll start off with my plants. And then we're going to place some storage blocks just inside. There we go, something like that works. And then on this side, again, we'll do something similar. All right, there we go, and I've just chucked a few pots, and that's that bit complete. However, now my main focus is out here. I think out here, I want to give off the proper sawmill vibes. I might add a couple of stone cutters, a bit of sawdust, things like that. So first things first, we need to actually make a couple of stone cutters. So let's just make 3, and I think I'll build this here, and then coming out on the other side, that's where we'll have like sawdust, stuff like that. Nice. Okay, I like that. I do want to keep a bit of space just so we can get in and out. Place a couple of barrels, why not? I think I want to do another one of these, but with a different wood, like that. And then I think like a log stripper could be cool, maybe here. All right, I think this is looking pretty good. There we go, I think jobs are good. So the main sawmill's done. And now I want to expand down here and work with this area because obviously it looks a bit desolate right now. So I'm thinking to prevent that, what we'll do is we'll make this area look all worked on. So we'll use some path blocks and coarse dirt. And I'm thinking to build loads of different like custom tree stumps. So it actually looks as if it's been chopped fully down. So let me just clear my inventory and get some of my coarse dirt. So I think the plan now is to just texture this whole area. And then we'll come back together and we'll plan some tree stumps. Right, so we're back and we've been busy. So as you can see, we've textured this whole place with coarse dirt and path, just so it looks kind of worked on, chopped down, stuff like that. I also got a bit excited and I started to just build a few custom trees just to outline the area, just so I know what we're working with. Right, so now that we've got this, we've got the lumber area, but we don't have lumber itself. So we need to build a few of these trees, sparsely dotted around the edges, and then we need to kind of blend this forest into just tree stumps. And then I'm also thinking what I might do like around here is like a little tent with some more sawmills or something, and then maybe we'll do like a tent, a tower, something like that. But number one job right now is trees and stumps. Right, so I think we're going to start with the tree stumps, and I'm just going to take all my materials that I'll need. Just going to run and get some diorite quickly. Right, we've got some diorite, and I somehow died in the process. I'm thinking I'm just going to start by marking out with big spruce logs where we want actual trees to go. And like I said, I don't want too many. All right, that's fine, so we'll revisit that later. Now, in terms of tree trunks, let's think. Something that's simple always works best, so let's start here. And I'm just going to do a nice, simple shape. There we go, literally something simple like that. It just looks like a nice little tree stump. And then obviously, because we've got smaller custom trees, I will just do like a few walls and a fence. There we go. And I just need to scatter things like this everywhere now, so that it looks like a dense forest was once here. Alright, this workspace looking a lot busier. As you can see, we've got plenty of tree stumps with the idea of it just looking extremely messy. And there's one more thing I want to do actually. I've got some saplings and some string, and I'm thinking, if I'm placing them just round in bits like this, it looks as if they're just trying to regrow the place. Obviously, by putting string on it means they won't actually grow. I just think that makes a lot of difference. And it adds a bit of colour, which is nice. So the final thing I want to do now is convert these spruce logs into a few little custom trees. Alright, there we go. So we've just chucked a few trees on. And the final thing now I want to do is just add like a little tent, just to add a bit more space for the lumberjacks to work with. And then this area is done. So I think that for the tent, we're going to start off by just doing a couple of poles. And then we need to chuck a bit of a canopy on it. We're going to use birch slabs for that. And I think to slope up to this side, we're going to use some stairs. Then we'll do some inverted ones. And then we just need to slope it right back down. So I'm thinking Some more slabs here. Perfect. So that's our little tent. Then we just need some more tools. So I'm going to start again with a nice log being chopped into pieces. We'll have a few pots and pans and a bit of log storage to finish it off. I think this area is coming along really nicely. I think the final thing we need to do to conclude the area is just a little cobble wall like we've got going on over here. Just coming along up here to kind of fence off the worked area. And then we can work on some lumberjack houses. If I just go and grab my tough and mossy cobble, right, that should be enough. And we'll start with just basic shape as to where we want it to go. And then like normal, we just need to chug a bit of shape onto it. There we go. So with this wall, we're now finished with the lumberjack area. But they don't have anywhere to live, so we need to use this empty space and transform it into a nice little living area. So like usual, the very first thing we need to do is get some wool and plan where we want to build what. I'm thinking we're going to have a nice big chubby house about, say, here. And I think I'm going to do a very similar style house to the farmhouse, which we've got all the way over there. There we go. So there's one there. And then I'd like to do something along this side. So nothing crazy. And then maybe here, like a little boathouse or something. So we've got 3 houses we need to build. So let's just grab some wood. And let me just have a quick look at what we did over here. So we did like spruce and sandstone. And I'll tell you what, I think for this, I want to try something slightly different. I want to use my brick and granite and just get a bit more color on the roofs. So I think we'll do obviously our spruce beams, our mossy stone brick foundation, and then I think we'll use sandstone and then a brick roof. So we just need to obtain all their materials. I think there is definitely something we're going to need to do before our final episode, and that is definitely build a big storage room because this is a right pain. So we've got the wood and we've got the mossy stone brick. However, we don't have any sandstone, granite, or bricks, so we need to obtain some of that. So it's looking like we're off to the desert. Ah, the trusty old sand mine. Well, I guess we best get digging. Right, I think that should be plenty for sandstone. We just need to smelt all of that later on. So we need clay and we need granite. So I think in terms of clay, it might just be worth flying around the ocean to see if I can see any. And I've got silk touch, which might be a problem.
1 eternity later.
That took a lot longer than I expected, but we've got a bit of clay. So what I might do actually, before I go down the mine to get some granite, I might just chuck that into the furnace and let all this get smelting. Otherwise, we could be waiting around a while. Right, so that's all smelting. So then we're just going to head down to iron level and hopefully find a bit of granite somewhere. We don't need as much as we do brick, but we'll grab a nice amount. And as long as we've got haste, there shouldn't be a problem. I think that's plenty. So let's head back up there and hopefully our smelted material should be almost ready. And I'm running out of inventory space, so we're going to grab a shulker on the way back. All right, we're looking complete. And we'll just craft these into brick blocks. So in terms of these houses, like I said, we're going to have a lumberjack house, maybe a boathouse, and probably like a storage house or like a stable or something. And I think we'll start with a lumberjack's house. And I'll replace the wall with a nice little outline for the mossy cobblestone. There we go. So something like that. We'll just remove all this grass. And I'm just going to fill this all in with my spruce quickly. In terms of log support, I think we'll just do a very simple one in each corner to start with. We need to strip all of these. Got some smooth sandstone on. We'll worry about a door in a minute. And I've just got some spruce signs because I want to go the whole way around and put some wooden beams across. Much better. It's a shame we can't do anything about these corners, but we'll just have to live with that. We might just cover it up with like some bushes or something. And then from here we can get our kind of roof shape made. And there we go. A similar style shape to the farmhouse. I'm not too keen on the window shapes though, so I might just remove these. But I'm just going to bring this roof back the whole way and repeat that exact shape on the other side now. Right, there we go. So we've brought that across. I want to do something similar on this side now. We'll just bring these 2 pillars up. Right, I'm having a play and I'm not too keen on this still. So I think I might take that out, replace that. Same with here. And you know what? I quite like that actually. I'm now just going to repeat this on that side. And then we need to chuck a door on and then we're almost done. Right, so we're back, and I'm liking this, and I'm thinking now we just need a door here. Ah, that works. The final thing I need to do is just texture this roof with our granite. You know the drill by now. Nothing special, just chuck some random colours in. There we go, that's a lot better. And I've just chucked some jungle in for a bit more colour, and I'm liking how this is turning out. So I think that's house number 1 done. We'll come back to the interior after we've done the other 2, I think. Wait, hold on. I'm forgetting one thing. There we go. A chimney. So without further ado, let's use the rest of our resources and let's do these last 2 buildings. we go. So we're back and we've done our houses. And I think this just completes the area a little bit. And as you can see in my hotbar, I've got a bit of grass and a few leaves. So we're just going to texture this place up. And then we'll do the interiors and then we're done. I'm just going to chuck a few lights on so mobs don't spawn. Then we need a few bushes. And then I'll just chuck a bunch of grass on. Interior-wise, what I'm thinking is, I think we'll do this one and then we'll worry about the other two. And I think this one's just going to be a little storage house. So I'm just going to get some more wood and we'll put a floor down on this. And then we need to deal with kind of this messy roof. There we go. That's much better. So the final thing I want to do is just chuck a few like bits of storage just so it's complete. So I'll chuck a few lanterns just for a bit of lighting. And then with my pots and pans, we'll do a whole corner down there. Bit of a pallet storage there. Get another one here. And we'll just do a very simple thing here and here. Like I said, we really don't have that much space for something in here, so that's the lumberjack storage. So let's quickly do these two, and then I think we're done. All right, so we're back, and we've done the interiors. And they're nothing too special, but I had to do them. I didn't have a choice. So as you come into this one, we've just got a little kitchen dining area, and a bit of like a bed storage for the lumberjacks. Like in here, we've just got a little rubbish storage area. And then in this one, I've gone for like a shop vibe. So as you walk in, you've got all these different products. You've got the till. And then as you come into the back room, just some storage onto the docks. Oh, I think we're done with this area. Collecting all of our resources and assembling them here. Right over by, well, nothing right now. You might ask, Jack, why have you got all these different coloured shulker boxes? And that is just because the colours represent where I got the chests from. So, for example, white is from the farm, orange is from the castle and town, blue is from the mining village, and you get the point. So as you can see, I've got a little hole in the cliff near my chest. And that is because that's going to be the entrance into the storage room. And then I'll transform the cliffside into a gorgeous waterfall, which hides away the entrance. So the first thing we need to do then is, like usual, we need to dig a big hole. Because I've only got 2 beacons, one of them in the cliff, I'm going to have to go to my old mine and dig it up. So we just need to take all of this out. And then I don't really know where I want to place it, but I think I'm just going to do it right by the entrance. There we go. So I've got haste 2 set up now. And I'm hoping this is going to reach as far as I want it to go, because we have got a lot of digging to do. With the amount of shulker boxes in those chests outside, I knew I needed a lot of chest space, so I made sure this hole was massive. And I did have to repair my tools a few times, and I did it quite bad really, because I dug the hole and then I realized it needed to be a lot higher, so I had to awkwardly work back down, but we got there in the end. All right, we got there in the end. And we've got a big hole in our cliff, and it's gone a bit too far, but oh well. And as you can see, I decided not to keep any of the blocks I mined because, ironically, I don't have enough storage space for that. As you can see, I've just placed a couple of cobblestone markers, as I think I'm going to plan, before I actually build this thing, where I want my chests, and we're going to place them in. So I'm going to head to the wood farm, and if I can remember how to use it, we're going to get a few stacks of logs and convert them all into chests. So I just need to flick it on. Oh, it definitely works still, all right. Right, I've got 3 stacks and a quarter, so hopefully that should make us enough chests. Let's start off with a stack and a half. There we go. We had to go back and get a bit more wood, but we've got some chests in. And I know I've not got too many chests. It looks like nothing here, but my plan is to label each chest with a certain block type. For example, this one would be stone, and I'd have any shulker box, any block, filled to the brim in here. And I'm planning on leaving these 2 sides empty without chests, because this side's obviously going to be our entrance, and this side I'm saving for something special. So we've kind of laid out where our chests are going to go, so we need to go and get some resources now. My plan is for the build, because it's inside, I'm thinking like a secret lush cave using terrain like, wait for it, this. So I want to use kind of this block palette. So I want to use moss, mossy cobble, tough, stone, andesite, some deep slate. So first things first, we need to find an empty shulker box. There we go. And I'll just dye it red. So I think we'll start with the moss. I think it's easiest if we just head to a lush cave. Let's just fly in this direction. Wait, I've just had a brainwave. I remembered earlier in the series, we built a moss farm. I mean, why would I not use that? And if I remember correctly, it's under the windmill. I was correct. Although it doesn't look like it's working right now. I fixed it somehow. And I'm going to be honest, I just flicked that lever and that lever about 100 times until something happened. So I think I'm going to leave that to do its thing whilst we go and get some of the other resources. And we'll start at our mining village quarry because we need stone, tough, deep slate, and andesite. And I think we'll just tunnel this way for a bit. At this point, I really wish I started keeping some of my materials, but thankfully we should already have enough stone from what we saved, so mainly we just need deep slate and tough. Right, I think this is far enough. We've not got mana fatigue anymore, but we've got plenty of deep slate, and for some reason a lot of diamonds and redstone. which we don't really need, but nonetheless. Right, and I've just got lost in a bit of a cave because I need some tuff, and it's not really an enemy strip mine, so we're just going to spend some time mining all of this out and getting plenty, because we've got 2 projects coming up now. Right, there we go. That's looking much better. And I'm back because I know I've got a lot of stone here, but I've just realized after I've done all that mining, I do actually have loads of shulker boxes with resources in, so surely one of these has some materials. Right, and I've just had a look through the rest of them. This has got plenty of cobblestone, which we can use with our moss when that's ready. This has just got a bit of everything, so that's good to know. And this is important because it's got the soul sand, muddy mangrove roots, and other parts which make up the river. And that's giving me an idea, but you'll have to wait and find out. So we almost have everything we need now. I'm just going to go collect our mossy cobble, and then I'm going to come back with some spruce as well. And then I think we can start terraforming this place. And I've actually just come back down to the mines because I've just had a really good idea. If I'm building a lush cave, I need some lush items, so let's grab some dripstick. I'd like to get some glowberries that we can dangle down from the roof. Definitely like whatever they are, spore blossoms. I can't believe I didn't think of this earlier. There we go. I've got a dedicated lush box now, so we've got plenty of moss, in which I'm just going to take and craft with some of our cobblestone. Make our mossy cobblestone. And there we go. We should have everything we need that I can think of. So I think it might be building time. So let's grab our blocks. Those ones and those ones, and let's just relocate them down here. But let's start with our chests, and I'm just going to make you barrels, and I'm going to replace each cobblestone with a barrel. And then I think we're just going to pillar up a couple times with some spruce logs, and of course we're going to strip them. Then we need a lot of spruce trapdoors, a lot of oak signs, and actually I've had an idea. Give me 1 second. Right, we're back. I've got 40 lecterns and 10 campfires because what I'm thinking is, if I run some lecterns along here, place some campfires on the top, and we'll put them out. Run our trapdoors along with our signs and some torches. I think that makes for quite a good little frame. And then what we'll do, we'll take this out because that's where we'll put our blocks eventually. So right now, we just need to do the rest of these. Right, that's that bit done. And I know this looks really bare and there's not many chests, but by the end of the video, you'll be very surprised. So now we just need to deal with all this open space, which, now that I look at it, is quite a lot. And like we said, we're going to do like a little lush cave vibe. So I'm going to grab some stone and I'm just going to plant a bit of cliff. And I'll start with the entrance here, I think. So I've just kind of brought it all across and I'm just going to pillar these up. Let's say 4 for now. I'll do this one 5. There we go. I think something like that's already a good start. However, obviously that's very empty and there's a reason I got all these blocks. So let's just grab our colour in and let's just slap a bit of colour on this. It would not be a lush cave without a bit of green. There we go. I think that's a good little start. So let's just quickly turn all of this floor into something better than stone. And I think we're just going to do this whole floor with something like coarse dirt. And then maybe later on we'll come back in with some packed mud and we'll do like a little path. And thankfully this chest has come to our rescue. I'm not sure we'll have enough coarse dirt to fill the whole place in, but we can always get some more. And it's a very painful job, but it's necessary and it makes the place look 10 times better. I tell you what, that makes all the difference. But for now, we have got a lot of terrain to do. So, I think it's time we jump in a time lapse and get this terrain done. We're almost done now. We've literally just got the roof of this terrain bit to do. And then we can start to focus on a bit of actual detail. And I've just fallen. Alright, we are making sweet progress. But as you can see right now, it's very empty. And currently the light block is glowstone. But step 1 is I want to make this place look a lot more lush. So first things first, I'm going to grab some of these moss carpets. And straight away just cover this up. Just because right now that's a big patch of stone. Perfect, that's much better. Now, I think in terms of lighting this place, the glowberries I obtained earlier will make a great light source for the roof and just the whole place. And then with some scaffolding, I'm going to place 2, a leaf and a wall. Just so it's a fairly different shape, but it still looks, you know, kind of dangly. Perfect, so I can remove that and that lights there up. So now I just need to add about 100 more of them. Not actually 100. And I want to make sure they're all long enough and no particular height or order. I'll do a couple more up here and we'll bone meal it all.
One eternity later.
That makes the place so much better. So we can now just remove all of the stupid glowstone we placed. This is really satisfying though to see it all starting to come together. And there is still a couple patches of dark places. So let me just do probably a couple more. All right, okay, we're getting there. It's still not lush enough though yet. I think now we should chuck... Do we have any grass? Not in these chests, no. Let's get plenty of grass. And then we're just going to place grass all over the moss. And I shouldn't need too much, to be fair. Just a couple stacks will do. There we go. Almost 4 stacks. That's plenty. Right, and then if I just come along here and place that everywhere, we are definitely getting somewhere now. Right, I think it's time we get another colour in here. And by that, I mean the colour blue, aka waterfalls. As you can see, I've left this kind of enclave here in which I want to run a nice waterfall down and maybe like a river leading into a little cave, which will just be blocked off. We might have a few dangling down here, a few dropping down here. But it's all good saying that. We need some buckets. Thankfully, all of my blocks are somewhere in here, which means iron could be in any of them. I did not think this through very well. Ooh. I'll keep hold of that, actually. Packed mud. There we go, iron. Bob down here and get some water. Right, so I'm thinking one in here first. And I've just got a couple stacks of mud. And I'm just going to use this mud as like a background for the water. There we go. That's obviously one. We'll have a big one here. Another one there. Let's get a nice big one here. There we go. That's already starting to make a difference. So we'll just chuck a few more little ones on quickly. There we go. I'm liking that. We've just chucked on a few small ones. It's now time for the big boy. Place a few temporary torches. And I think first things first, I've got a bit more mud. So let's just replace the background. I think we're going to need even more mud if we do like a little river. Right, there we go. So I just need to run a bit of water down here now and let fate take its course. Oh, that looks nice. I just want to add a few of my sea lanterns or even glowstone just hidden behind so that there's a bit of light radiating from this. There we go. That is perfect. So I think now it's time we just run like a little river down here and maybe we'll make like a little cove. And thankfully we have got everything we could ever need to build the river, making it a lot easier. Obviously, first we need to dig out a bit of a path. There we go. I think that's a nice little shape. And let me just clear some of this rubbish. Oh, my days. So let's find... I could do with a bit more spruce than that, really. Where can I spawn a bit of spruce from? Cannot wait until this is all organized. There we go. We know the drill by now. A few stairs and slabs. Change of plan, actually. We're going to remove this layer first so that we know what we're working with. I'm glad I've not removed that beacon yet, actually, because that is a lifesaver. Right, there we go. Now that that's cleared, let's take our riverbed materials and just get a few of these placed. I do not miss the days of terraforming that river, I tell you now. Well, there we go. That's that in. So now we can take our spruce components and chuck some of this on. Okay, so the river's all cleared. And in terms of codes, as you can see, I've just made a little carving with some black concrete. And I've just made another pair of shears because before we continue, well, we need some mud anyway for the river floor. But I want to get some lily pads. So what better place to come than the swamp? And actually, we'll get some seagrass as well. Ooh, these have given me an idea. Come here, fishies. Yo! Back to what I came here for, though. Some more lily pads, bit of seagrass, and some mud. So step one, we need to replace this floor. Then we can unleash some fish and some water. And we'll make a little infinite water source. I wonder if they can breed. And we'll also allow this water in now. Place all this to mud. And we just need to place this the whole way down. And I think I've got some sea pickles somewhere in one of them shulker boxes, which I can maybe use to light this river up. Which could be quite nice. Oh my days, the fish is escaping. What on earth is going on right now? There we go, that's all of that waterlogged. So let's get our seagrass and our lily pads. There we go, get all this in. Then our lily pads. Get plenty of them in there. I tell you what, I'm bloody loving this. This is awesome. I think now we're just going to chuck a little path on and a couple of bridges. And we definitely need a way in and out of here because right now, there's no hope. Right, so I've got 2 stacks of packed mud. And I'm just going to quickly lay some paths. And then we can work out where we want to do bridges and ways in and out of this place. Right, the paths are in. And I've identified 2 little spots for a bridge. So one here and one here. I think I'll just do some trapdoors and some slabs. A nice, easy design. And then we'll go under in a sec and place some walls, supports. We'll place some there, and we'll place one there. And then I'll just finish it off with some signs just for a bit more curvature. All right, perfect. I think we're almost done in here. We just need to wait in and out, which I'll do about here, I think. And my plan for this is just a simple scaffold like we've got over at the mining village. So with our stairs and trapdoors there, some fence supports. Close all these and put a ladder on. Might just turn a bit of this into mud, I think. Right then, so we'll clear the inventory later. And a bit of work around here, I think we're done. So we've got our secret little entrance. We walk through like a little mine shaft kind of restored area. Bit of a workshop. And out looks our awesome storage room. I do need to sort out which blocks I want, but nonetheless. I think there's just one thing we're missing. And it's something bigger and better to catch the eye. That got me thinking, one new colour. And above this storage room, we have a cherry blossom biome. And if you know where I'm going with this, let's just say we need a lot of these, quite a few of these leaves, and a trunk material, so that we can build this bonsai tree. Now, as you can see, I didn't end up using the cherry logs for the base because I thought it was too purpley. So I've gone for a mix of dark oak and terracotta. But I think by doing this and sneaking a bit of light in the tree, it adds a nice focal point and completes our storage room. And you can't forget the pink petals on the floor. There we go, I think we're almost done. We've just got one thing left. As you can see, I've got 2 chests here with a bunch of different items, and these are each going to be a symbol for a different chest. So I'm going to start with all these, and by placing them along, it'll just allow me to symbolize which chest is which. So for example, this there now is everything oak. I think you get the point. So we can remove that chest now, and we'll just do the same on this side. But I think by doing that, I think we're done. We just need to move everything in now, which is going to be arguably the most painful bit. And oh my days, we're going to be here a long time. Right, as you can see, I've moved every single shulker box we've ever owned. And they've all got absolute loads of blocks in. So we could be here for a while, to say the least. So without further ado, I'm going to go and put all this back. And then we'll regroup and we can start to work on the outside. The final shulker box is empty. And we've just got one inventory left of blocks. And these chests are rapidly filling up already. The final 2 items are in. So that means we are complete. Let me just grab all of my stuff back. Put that in the shulker box chest. The storage room is done. And I am so pleased with how this has turned out. But we are not done yet because this is currently just a really ugly hole. We've got an entrance, but we don't have any way in and out, theoretically, without our elytra. So we need to transform this whole cliffside into a gorgeous waterfall with a completely accessible way to walk on foot to our storage room. So I think we need to build this waterfall first, and that is going to require a lot of terraforming, in which thankfully, because of this storage room, we have plenty of blocks to work with. So hopefully this waterfall should be a bit easier. And to help me with building this, I am just going to head over to our sheep farm, which we built in one of our earlier episodes, and I'm going to grab plenty of blue wool and a decent bit of light grey wool, and actually maybe also some magenta. It's now time to plan it out. I'm thinking blue will be the water, light grey will be terrain, and magenta will be path. So I think I'm going to first come in with my blue wool. Realistically, we're going to need to have like a pool of water around the top, and I might do a few of those. And I think starting with this waterfall, I'm just going to bring it down, all the way down to the riverbed. I'll do the same here, bringing it down again. Connect that probably 2 ways maybe, for a bit of variation. And we're just going to do the same again, coming from that pool, connecting back up to the one we've just made. Okay, I think that's good for the water. Probably chuck a rock here, maybe. I want to spread them out a little bit, so I'll probably do a couple around here. Maybe 1, 2 down there, and just a few more dotted about everywhere. This plan is definitely likely to change. And then most importantly, the magenta path, I want to lead coming down probably this way. Some rope bridges would be cool, maybe. Keep on bringing it down, potentially coming over, up to our main entrance. There we go, so that's our plan. And I know that might look very messy, but in my head, I understand it. I think first things first, I'm going to do all the terraforming, so the rocks and the grass, so that I know where I can kind of shape my water. That'll make it a lot easier for me. And then we can come back in once the water and the rocks are in and do our walkway. And I've just had a thought, actually, maybe with this magenta path, we could lead it coming up and around, like a pretty cool bridge coming over here, which will link back up to our main area and eventually to our final project. But before I get distracted with something else, let's gather some resources. Let's dump all this remaining wool, and we'll grab a couple of empty shulker boxes. And for the terrain, definitely need a lot of grass, so let's take a shulker box full of grass. Might take a bit of coarse dirt, why not? So that's the blocks for the hill, and then we need a few blocks for the stones. So mossy cobblestone, as everybody's learnt now, is one of my favourite blocks to use for terraforming. And then let's come over to our stones. Let's get a fair bit of tuff. a lot of andesite, and a lot of stone. There's just one more thing I want to grab. And that is a stone cutter and a crafting table. And I think the easiest way for this is to work from the top and work our way down. Maybe if we get bored, we could turn this into a nice little oasis area. I don't know. I feel like I'm just giving myself more and more jobs. But nonetheless, let's get terraforming. There we go. So the basic terrain is done. Just pick up my bed. So now we need to deal with the water. And the best way to do it is I've emptied that shulker box. So let's head into the storage room if I can find the entrance. And let's see how much mud we've got. Ooh, a nice amount. That should do the trick. I grab a few water buckets. And as you can see, I kind of done the terrain very weird in the fact that I've kind of left the space because I thought, what's the point in doing all this if it's just going to get buried by a river? So I'm just going to take out a nice big section here for the first pool. And then with our mud, we just need to replace the whole bottom floor. And I can see us having to go back to the mangrove swamp to get some more mud, but we'll worry about that when the time comes. There we go. So this is kind of the beginning. And then what we'll do, once we've got this whole waterfall done, and hopefully run it the whole way down. But I think now I'm going to quickly go and do the rest of the waterfall beds and the pond beds, and then we'll regroup and we'll put some water in. So I'll catch you on the flip side. Right, there we go. That took a lot longer than expected, but we got there in the end. And we've got our little cave entrance coming around here, which will be cool because we'll be going underneath the waterfall. It's now time for the most satisfying bit. I've got my water bucket, so I'm just going to make a little infinite water pool here. And it's time to watch it flow the whole way down. And our first issue is here. So theoretically, if I just block all that, okay, that should have fixed it. Let's see. That looks about right. Obviously, it's still very incomplete, and that needs to all disappear. But we now just need to make sure this goes everywhere. Now, I'm glad I made an infinite water source for this, because otherwise this would take forever. And there's definitely plenty of water to place. And there's definitely a fair few issues, but these are easily getting fixed. It is really nice watching the water flow the whole way down and seeing our progress really come through. I must admit, working with water gets worse and worse every time, as this is taking way longer than I thought. There we go, so the water's done, and I've just got a few mossy cobblestone stairs instead of dark oak, and I'm just going to quickly go around framing some of this, just because, well, why not? And then once we've done this, we just need to do a bit of seagrass, stuff like that, and then we are done with a water stage. Right, where's that stupid seagrass? Sea pickles, that'll do. Seagrass, there we go. There's not much, but it should do the trick. We can place all this, and then we're done. As you can see, I got a little carried away. I put a few drip leaves in, but we'll worry more about up here later. But let's just look from afar. Wow, that is looking good. We've got all of our seagrass in. We've got the water running down. We've got our ponds at the top. This is turning out really nice. So now, we just need to deal with this path. And to do that, I just want to grab some mud, assuming we have some left, packed mud, that is. Oh, we've got plenty. Put that in there, and then we'll get some spruce for some bridges. I don't remember having this much, wow. And some jungle. Also grab some torches. And that should be everything. So I think we'll just start by clearing some of this wool because we kind of know where our path is now. And then with some stairs, I think I'm just going to run them down in no particular order, like so. We'll take our packed mud, replace that one, and I guess this one. I'm just going to get some coarse dirt quickly. And then I guess we just keep bringing this down up to our first bridge location, which is here. Let's just grab some spruce, convert that all, use slabs, use stairs, use fences, and I think I'll just bring it out all the way up to here. Something like that, and then we just need to bring all the fences down. I think we might need a few more. Right, we're getting somewhere already, which is nice. I think we just need to bring it a bit further down now. Right, we're definitely getting somewhere. This is looking really nice. I'm just going to add a little rope bridge here, and then I think we're done. So if I place 2 stairs there, and then we'll place a couple of under slabs, and then I think we're done with the paths at least. There we go. As you can see, I've brought it the whole way down, and most importantly, you can follow it along over rope bridges and ladders up behind the waterfall. I've missed a block. I've missed 2 blocks up to our storage room, and then we just need to green this whole place up. Feels good knowing that this is almost done. And I'm just kind of placing them everywhere in no particular order, really, because that's what we do around here. This is really coming together nicely. So I think the final thing we need to do is deal with kind of up here, really, because these paths don't lead anywhere, and I want to connect them to the mainland. So I'm thinking maybe like a little bridge over here. But I do just want to make this area a little nicer. Maybe a couple of custom cherry blossom trees. We'll do like a little fence. Maybe even a pagoda or something could be cool. Let's just terraform a bit of this place. I'm just going to remove this whole layer because I'd like to start fresh, really. Also, get rid of these annoying petals, which, don't get me wrong, they look lovely, but fill this hole in. There we go. That's all flattened out. Now we can start at square one. Get a nice little shape coming around here. My inventory is getting full to the brim with these petals. And we'll just plant a few of these saplings, like we said we would, because I seem to have destroyed about half of them. And in terms of this gazebo, I'm thinking just a very simple canopy, in which we'll put some campfires on and light them out. Make sure they're all taken out. And then I'm thinking just like a bell or something. This could be looked at as a sacred bell, a statue, I don't know, I'm waffling at this point. That'll do. With some spruce fences, I'll just add a bit of light into this place. And instead of those big, massive, mossy cobblestone walls, I've just got some andesite walls because I just want to lightly run nice wall coming down here to give the fact that this area is cleaner and more well-maintained. There we go, something like that's good enough. Right, I've got an inventory full of materials here, so let's line this fence up with a lot of leaves. And then I've got a few of these flowers because they blend in nicely with the background. Put all our grass in like normal. And a few ferns to add a bit of shape and colour. There we go. This place is done. I know it's just a bit of a space filler, but it works nicely and tops that area off for our main bit all the way down here. So I'm just going to empty these shulker boxes really quick. And then we'll have a quick look at this bridge. Right, so I'm back where I think we're going to build this massive bridge here. And I've just assembled 2 shulker boxes worth of loads of materials. So the plan is with this bridge, I want to kind of make a little arching shape with a nice flat bridge, and then that'll connect our waterfall and storage, setting us up nicely for our final episode over here. Well, I'm going to stop talking and start building. There we go, we finished the bridge, and I think it's functional. Let's find out. Yeah, we can walk across it. I've just linked that up to the main area and set ourselves up nicely for next episode. And I think on that note, we're going to call it here. First of all, if you've got this far, I want you to comment down below, secret. So obviously we've got our brand new massive bridge, which comes all the way up here through a nice little kind of garden, nothing special. Down all our stairs, across our rope bridges, under the secret waterfall, into this lush cave, in which has all of our storage needs. Well, thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this episode. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace out.